A very good evening to you. Welcome to the news at 11. My name is Evan Sunokugi. Workers in the Edo State Civil and Public Service have been thrown into celebration mood following the sustenance of the payment of the 13th month salary by Governor Mondo Okpebholo at a Christmas bonus aimed at boosting workers' morale. The extra pay and improved welfare packages are intended to bring joy and financial relief to workers amid prevailing economic hardship and the expenses associated with the festive season. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchewu reports.
The financial relief provided through the payment of the 13th month salary to Edo State workers is expected not only to boost morale, but also to help them prepare adequately for the new year, a period often marked by economic challenges. In several ministries, departments and agencies visited, the excitement was palpable as workers commended Governor Okpebholo for his worker-friendly policies, including the implementation of the new minimum wage and the prioritization of workers' welfare under the administration's Shine agenda.
I'm saying God bless you. Thank you for making our Christmas and New Year celebration colorful and memorable.
Those who have children fees to pay, they will pay it without stress. All that bills to be paid. We are entering a new year. Some may be renewing their rents. So this 13th month salary will go very far to help the civil servants.
We thanked him for at least sustaining the tempo. At least so far so good. He has been doing very well.
I checked my phone. Honestly, I saw it. I screamed. I was really excited because we know December being a festive season, it comes with a lot of expenses and all of that. So with this coming, in fact, I was just so overwhelmed.
Speaking on the development, Edo State Commissioner for Finance, Honorable Manuel Okoebo, said the extra pay and enhanced welfare packages, beyond bringing joy and relief to workers, demonstrates the governor's commitment to building a motivated and productive workforce.
The government is very prudent, and provision was made specifically for this purpose over time. Also worthy of note that we will not borrow money from any bank to fund this 13th month. and as a state, we have not borrowed.
Workers in the Edo State Civil and Public Service on Tuesday morning received alerts for their 13th month salary, fulfilling Governor Okpebholo's promise to cushion the effects of expenses incurred during the Christmas festivities. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Obaseki Council has condemned the inhumane and humiliating assault meted out to their son, Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki, by suspected hoodlums in Benin City on the 20th of December 2025, describing the act as unacceptable and condemnable. The Obaseki Council made this known during a press conference held in Benin City. Efusa Wangwe reports.
Few days ago, a video showing Dr. Pedro Obaseki being assaulted by some persons believed to be hoodlums went viral on social media. The video has since generated widespread reactions from within and outside the country. In a statement issued and signed by the Okaigbe Pa Daniel Igbinovia Obaseki and the secretary, Mr. Eweye Obaseki, and read to journalists, the council expressed strong dissatisfaction over the ugly incident, but stated that the family will rely on competent authorities to handle the matter. The Obaseki Council explained that they deliberately delayed issuing a statement to allow constituted authorities the opportunity to take appropriate action before making their position public.
No father, mother, brother, sister, or person of good conscience can witness such sordid humiliation of a son of Benin, a respected professional, cultural ambassador, a member of a frontline noble family, without being proudly shaken. The Obaseki Council wishes to state categorically that it is not political nor partisan. Our family has always been robust enough to accommodate diverse political views and personal conviction, provided they are exercised with civility, respect for others, and strict adherence to the law. On this count, Dr. Don Pedro Agmonifo Obaseki has conducted himself honorably.
The council further stated that they are in full support of their son, Dr. Pedro Obaseki, in his decision to lawfully pursue the matter to its logical conclusion.
The Obaseki Council is deeply mindful of the exalted position of the Palace of the Oba of Benin as a unifying force and role model for all Benin people. Nothing should be done by non-palace functionaries to diminish this. In the interest of public order, peace, and social balance, the Obaseki Council should support the use and impartial process to ascertain the facts surrounding this incident and to hold accountable any person found to have committed criminal acts. Accountability pursued calmly and lawfully is essential to prevent a dangerous descent into anarchy, to reassure law-abiding citizens that no one is above the law.
They also urge members of the Obaseki family and their children to go about their normal duties without fear of intimidation, stressing that the name of the Obaseki family remains honorable and respected. Some of the council members present at the press conference held at the ancestral home of the Obasekis was Pa Felix Obayedu Obaseki Ozukpogeva of Obaseki family. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Away from that now, 7 journalists have died in a road accident in Gombe State. The accident involved in a Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ bus, conveying them from a colleague's wedding in Kaltugu local government area of the state. The bus's tire burst on the return journey around the Como town in Ako local government area of Gombe, causing the vehicle to spiral out of control and veer off into adjoining bushes. Federal Safety Corps, Gombe State Sector Commander Samson Kaura, and the Government House Director General, Press and Media Affairs, Ismaila Misili, confirmed the death toll of 7 persons, with 4 others sustaining various degrees of injuries. The bodies have been moved to a morgue in Gombe, while those injured have been rushed to the hospital and are currently receiving treatment. Governor Wayaya has since issued a condolence message to the families of the deceased through Misili and wished those receiving treatments a quick recovery. And still on the news at 11 now, it was a moment of deep sorrow for the family of Mr. Jonah Omowa, a senior reporter with ITV and radio as a service of songs was held in honor of his late wife, Mrs. Blessing Omowa. Efosa Wangwe reports that family members, friends and colleagues of Mr. Omowa, including management and staff of ITV and radio, led by the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Serilina Ojomo, paid their last respect to the departed.
His service of songs featured Bible readings, with the first reading taken by the eldest son of the deceased, Yobosa Omowa, while the second reading was taken by Joshua Salami.
The Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first.
Delivering a sermon, the pastor of Greater Evangelism Assembly, Pastor Simeon Akbe, quoted copiously from the Bible as he preached on salvation and the resurrection of the dead. He urged the family to take consolation in the fact that their departed wife and mother lived a committed Christian life.
Jesus came. As we read from that scripture, he said, I am the resurrection, I am the life. Whoever believes in me shall not perish. He will not die, even though he was dead.
Emotions ran high as the eldest son of the deceased, Yobosa Omowa, a sister of the deceased, Esther Patrick, and a close friend, Mrs. Meg Otoide, gave heartfelt testimonies about the life and virtues of the late Mrs. Omowa.
She lived her life for everybody. She always saw the good in everyone.
She's my friend among my sisters, and whenever I call her, there's always a word from me. I so much love her. I'm going to miss her a lot. This woman taught me how to pray. Everything about her is, let's pray. God, God. Farewell, my friend.
Prayers were later offered for the family of the deceased, after which her remains were taken to her husband's hometown, Uzala, in Uwonde local government area for interment. A Thanksgiving service was later held in honor of the late Blessing Omowa, during which the officiating minister extolled her virtues, describing her as a true servant of God who labored diligently in his vineyard. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
You're still watching the news at 11. More stories will return after this short break. Please stay tuned. Still on the news at 11, moving on now, the 2025 Ekmon Prayer and Breakfast Fellowship has been held in Ekmon, Igweben local government area of Edo State. Francisca Genegbale reports that the prayer session was organized to offer intercession and spiritual cleansing for Ekmon land. Efosa Wangwe reports.
Concerned about the perceived underdevelopment of Ekmon land, former Speaker of the Edo State House for Assembly, Honorable Justin Okonobu, brought together clergymen from different denominations to pray for the community. In his exhortation, the Special Advisor on Religious Matters and Chaplain of Government House, Dr. Sule Faraday Azekume, said, "Those who wait on the Lord will not suffer setbacks." Dr. Asegome, who took the Bible readings from the books of Genesis and Psalms, stressed that prayer and fasting are key to spiritual cleansing, adding that Ekpon would henceforth be free from all forms of backwardness. He noted that all sons and daughters of Ekpon must prosper, regardless of any setback planned against the land.
Ignore distraction. When you ignore distraction, that is humility in the times of your prayer. When my people that are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, even in fasting and prayer, that's when God will heal your land.
I have been so impressed because years continually to be himself is already up there to continue to pray for his town and that things should be better for the downtrodden. You will know that it's a God sent.
Today, he is another faith. God is using him. My prayer for him is not the road of what is preaching.
The convener and host of the program, former Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Dr. Justin Okonobu, said the community needs spiritual liberation, describing the prayer program as a vision God gave him 5 years ago. He disclosed that the 2025 event marks the 5th edition of the program, adding that food and drinks were made available for participants. His wife, Mrs. Betty Okonobu, expressed her continuous support for her husband's vision, noting that he has a strong relationship with God.
I have been trying politically to help the town, but I know we must go deeper spiritually to help the town. And it's been successful every year.
Things will certainly turn around because if you look at everything we're praying about, it's all about the same unit, the family unit. So we're very intentional, and I'm standing really well behind him to make sure he actualizes his purpose.
From Ekpon, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And with that story, we end the news tonight on Independent Television. Thanking you for watching. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Good night and God bless you.
ẹ̀dúwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹ̀gbọ́n ẹ̀dúwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year from Independent Television and Radio. ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Dion na the Mado Pom Esama the Mado Beken Esama Emma Dio Warena Esama Magbeken Osaba Obuyo Bitone no get Tony Maga Not ya mi magame. Manido gbekene de na ima yafe ima ato. Ima agbo. Arokpa egugu dori. Ima ati awogene. O be ti agbon ya no we mi magame. We need just to know me afa.
In this summer in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax, after 7 days, was paying of homage again to the Odionwe, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion.
Oya bota now. Ugi bota we se ni wa. Ka bo pon wa ya fe ni dahima. We ugi owi bota na. Ore yi ma so nyele. We eme so ni mata. O ka bo do fi o 7 se. Ma we apon o sa lo bo aye dagbema. Edi ma we ni hunu wa ni wa. We Ewen mata awe mwese katikati no dekan imuno tuewo sabo amolo arigma ya fe bota de na ni wa o dekan ugie na ya do pona katikati no ka bo wa kan gwa ma ate eyupo ro Edo ya fe no bado. No gwe gwayo ori ma ko temege Pastor Calvary Hunamure.
Iye do no woman wa bidata wa be ne ge kai ofun egbo sa oba gwoyaro oba atokpe
ise. Me sa obo se je no yero. No ri edo ba yo ka edo ya fe we ge tu wa ya o. Ọba atọpẹ ise eni ma agwa kan ni wa o ugie o upona be na ya do he nda e wa ma oladiane o keke na wita ni wa meke na we na ya mu gbe igwe eno wo igwe we do wa igwe ha igwe okay ege nedo ya ipon osarudazi ya ipon wenika ya ipon oba ya no ya fere ya pon me emi ya fere no wi morion ya soto emi ya fere na ru wa ware ukiwe ba na yin wa mu poyi unwe so ogogo no kwa eno na ya gwaka igwewo okay hunda we ina inyo salobo ae igwe aya roe igwe ya temata igwe aya ninye ma enika hunda uyinyame we pome eno ono igwe agbela jan zebe bina ni rie mena eri ma mo bo le retai ìpẹ́jù ìwé náà wọ́ ọ̀nàrà ògì rọba wẹ́gbà àyàn náà dùn ẹ̀ àwíkàmì èyí àwàrà rẹ̀bà ọmọlọ́ba ọwọ́ àyàngí ẹni sọpọ́ àmà yà fẹ́ màníkàmì kì má yà fẹ́ tàbí gbé ìdú ẹ̀ ògì ẹni èyí ìwé náà ìpẹ́jù kẹsù gì wọ́ ẹ̀dẹ́kẹ́nu yìí rọ̀ pàrọ̀ ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀rẹ̀ ìpàdé nẹ́rọ ugie òtú ẹ̀ ìgbọ́ba otu gọba na ni wan abe ọmọ we ladia abe ka ya fe abe ya to e aya pon e enika otu gọba o isun be oge ha ipede ha ro ugi iri ro pa ro we dedo ipede ba ro ugi igọba uga anya na doe ìpàdé ní ọ̀pára ugie wọ́ ìrọ̀pá ìrọ̀ ẹ̀dẹ́yọ̀ ìpàdé ugie mobo awé kàmẹ́ ya fẹ́ yẹn ìmùgbẹ́dẹ́yọ̀ náà ẹ̀dẹ́ àgọ́ ọmọ náà bá dùn ẹ̀ ugie ẹ̀dẹ́yọ̀ bọ́ wọ́tà awé ìyọba ya fẹ́ yàgbọ́ ọ̀hún àti náà ya fẹ́ ràdánù níwọ̀n ọ̀tẹ̀mẹ̀ dọ́mọ̀ yẹn wẹ́ àwọn ọ̀sà ló bọ̀ ẹ̀rù ògì ọ̀rẹ́ mi pona wọ́n yà kàn dó ẹ̀ ẹ̀gùyọ̀tà nínú ẹ̀ wà á yà dó ẹ̀ dá ìpọ́n ẹ̀ náà wà ẹ̀yẹ nọ èmi pọ̀ ọgbà náà.
ẹ̀dọ́nù pẹ̀ wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nìkẹ́ ká yẹ ẹ̀mí gùn ẹ̀ kéwẹ̀ ògì náà dó púpọ̀ ọ̀ọ́rìyẹ ìmáàmà ní bùn ẹ̀yẹ nọ. Amie ọma kọma n'eme mama n'ọkan amukporie ukporie n'ukpowere ẹdọ mẹbi ni awọ gị ya ọmọ náà bá n'ẹdọ kọ akpọlọkpọlọ yọ ẹrẹ do ya na mie wu yọ ká sún ẹ ọ ẹbi nu ya nana ba bi n'ẹgwa ya mama eri ọbẹ rọ n'ẹ igu ẹdọ ya eri ọbẹ rọ n'ẹ ẹbọ kẹbọ wàá mie ba na ẹbọ ìṣòro tẹ do na. Dene do ya gwe ya gwe ya bi me edeni ya wa bi wogi ya ozi ana miewe ede ipede vanya nyaogie obena gbe ye beni we igwe do ya fe eni sokpa eno ugie na eri so si mogi ya eri owe mogi ya ge monle owu fomu kpona sokpa no sokpa oge edo egene do ya ugeva oro bederio egena ya kmomi ige ohun sukpo na ya gogo ni gbo gogo no egerun no ara kmomi ne awurbebe lerun be osanowo duwa no so wa sede na no la ipede no ikerupo na aberi eyobo no wa nwuni na efu ere awurbebe na we no kan ukpo be na kia be la so o form bona be nana ugugie no we ne do ya wo gin adiki e mama no ro no kan na do pon wa we ni bo gulo ni bo re wisi ni egbe so na be ni bo be biele o do gba ori eke yara me no ro no tori enwon o rege o dekun nugbe je ohun kenu ya o mie no salongo dua ona gba ogewe o mana sun pa de mana wa iwe ni ukmo mo salongo dua we mero be de na unda e mama na ya poedo rade e omo no ba ko apolopolo no no ya sun mama na ko we o ke kina bi ege yo to pupo ari na ya lerun na ya pon me ne do tie igwe emi gun ne do yawe imama na oge ukpo ki asoto na be ni kataba be ne do mema eri monle mama eri owi yayi mama da do deno ami ukporie no tukotu ne ebokebo ne iyayi ki yayi na ne ugie no kan mi pon me be no kan mi ru eri oge doje no kan mi gwe oba atope ise wese eni wa we no ya ta ege e pastor obi edo e mama wu amupo yoto no dokpa owe zebi no type ma da de wo ya fere wo tagun ya fere iya mo egbenu we ta we ni nya festival emi na ge utagun ya fere kai na bo ukiwe va wupo aya mo yoto wo za na ro yi we unhun soy zewe no time ma
ukiweva ni awe ya mama muda edome uwu no ladia ebi ya fe na ri epon no saloboa wa ya ri epon no saloboa be ni kawe he bosa wa adako de kwere alule kia bosa ya defie gota ya defie o we awe wo wa we uge gbe we uge we to bu we no da o na oria ohunmi ofewo we to bu we ohunmi ofewo usalogba USA omo negbe matera na mo ajo hospital e yaro to fewo na na ku salogba eso we ro ewae na ena ugbo na gbe we se ti gbowo ya bozo ma se ti gbowo emi awon siera adewno iki won ye wesupo ya ye ni wa ami yo pa otagbon ya na mama ogun mo pa lare supa o me dado e wo ge be matabana be ni dade no mo no ba yan na agwe abe kabe abe eba eri obe no ise lo gbe o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe o gbe mawe diaro ise lo gbe se no gbe se no gbe se no gbe ma dia pona di mawe diaro eri o ga ye nu wa ya fe idami mana i ma mi hu ta manata na nia a mi ga ya mo gbe wọ́n máa tẹ́ mú ẹgbẹ́ wọ bí ayé mi pọ̀ wùyí bọ́sùn wùyí ìmí ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà ìmí ẹ̀dà ní ó sàlóbọ̀ àwọn àmà ẹ̀ ẹni kà àwọn àmà ẹ̀ ó tàgbọ̀n yá àwọn àmà ẹ̀ wẹ bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà àrùn yìí pọ̀ àrùn ìnírùn ní wọ́n máa sọ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ náà má ka bí ẹyí ùdó bí ẹ dùkìrú náà bí ẹyí wùpọ̀ náà nọ ọ̀hún wo náà ẹ̀ July ọ̀hún wo náà ẹ̀ March ọ̀hún wo náà ẹ̀ January wùpọ̀ náà ẹ̀ nọ umi ọmọ bie uri ọmọ me uwe mi ala oda we to buwe uwe mi ala oda de we be oye ugbebe uri umi uladian wo wa ni eze boyo wa ka bo pasi esese se ogogo no oye wu pona edan ni ru iwa ladian o sense ima fe mala odeke ya fe aro wu po boko da ni we mi ni we na se tin mu ladia de no mana we de fiofo no bi ara rupo na wa gba ni o ge wo lo anu ni o ezo na yero da ya neru nupo na upono de ma so pona upono de ma ya se upono gboda ni wa olowo ni ma mi upono ya fona ma ye mi upono de ayi no salobo ayi ni ka de na mi upo yi o te me pastor ihonu no yowe babu kege ebu na mewupo eten wa miewe epon we na bi gwe na dode ba upo akia supo agba oriyeke na ya henwe igbina woko lologo wa ya nuwe lagbera be dame we na se ti mu so udori epon me no sa uri epon me ne gbo enuri onwe we no nya ma epon mo uwe kpọnwụ salọba ajụ nwe we edan uje oso wa ema we mie ema no si awe de yo tora wa wu enyen we on no sunu e bo we no sunu we na mo ga ebo eno ke na kpọn saba no ben we tai ban no ga re bi no wan Adam kekebe Eve odo wa me ya Eva no saba ya smagmo ya ke obi o me va na ga te Cain kekebe Abel ukpogiri yo to we na don wa do na di emire to ya mo me be ya mome uya we baba we se ume ye se pona okpa bona la ogbugbo no pa na da osunwa da do na ri emi no mere ni ado apon me so pon kiyan ne no dion no eke o ma igwa lo do ge ni se we na le baba ka ba ni awe uwe bi agi mi ebe ni emi gangbe na ya be me da we mi po o me so go dan we kin uda aro ke kan we me ni we pon mo salobo ayo ni gioni su woken ama mu ekpize yo wa salebe unda ebi no wa ka we obe mana aro wi o aro wi o ma se aro wa ni ya na fon
unda emaso ga megbe dozwa ye danyo zwo unda igo ni ro so po we na mo oege we te doge ba woni se ego ni me po na la imani lu egbera ma mi ona ye no sakwa ye ga lu ogozo ebe no ka wo ke kina ro wi o unda ego eni oyi o ọma ọgụ eso mama bugbo be oyi o ma mi ona ye fun we do a lo we na elede lele ke no zunu yi elede ro emeso amego ihe moko no sisemede ora o se siga no packet no sisemede o danyori agbo a on nebi gbo wa yo bi egbe ke no na danu de ewe efe so ogozu ono ogesi ono ze ne ebi no wana ka o ke na ro wi o uda o ma no to tan na o enegbe ona o eno lagbera ona o ekeni ekede ori epon wo vigwe yo to o mira o ma do bo mi o ye agboro e na so ro mi awa so asokito ero paro baba imaye me nwa se na asokito ya tu ma igi se ba nwete bo okpi ana eti na aro emiki na aro alimo na aro apo na aro e bread na aro o ma mi nu yae ona ka da me we wi mo na wa gwe wo wa ni ha iwa lo lewa o mie o ma mi nu yae we no mi nu yae ni egbera won emi we akpon me yi no e mo so wonye me no ebe soro ono wa na ego na we waso we na so anyo emi ati table na vi anyo na ti ba anyo wa gbare wa we age we igwe mi anyo pera me o ma mi nu ya dai onyo ze we unwe ga supo ka pon sa no bo ayunwe igu we mi 2025 we mi 2026 ebe soro ono ma se ba odeke ka we aye ko ni ere ba ni ola ya yo wori ni re e ba ni ola ya yo ni chani re e ba ni ola if you no well when am you or you want o ma mi hu o ma mi enso eni ya we akpo me o ugie na dorio yo to nu ya akpo me ye gbo e nu ya akpo me dagbe mo e mo gbanu e nu ya akpo me ye kinudo nu ya akpo mo ye eni sikewe e ugie kin o be re so se video e so sun aleru o we pe do pa nya ugie ma wa ya leru na e so we pe de iwe ne ma ya na e so we pe de yan ma ya na ba kana aya ekpo wo salo baba wo ese wo meso wo be ya na ni mama wo kpo no de e mu gikin o be do ro ene ni gu ene dori e to o no ri je mese bo gi gu eni ni de ile ki o mi ya ino o lubirie e de ina ye kere ni ino e kan ya mo to e na ye kere ni na do aga be run ne do na bi ari obiri mo bo obu efi o Holy Ghost fire ni mati na oba babe lubiri asan oso lubiri osiekwere won lubiri ogbobi ere lubiri ye do ge na wo man luga na o ma dan o resource na Holy Ghost fire asemo so mo idu apobo me Holy Ghost fire na wo pa mayata amereni dori e mo bo but mana resource mama ro ere o unu mama yata wa je we wa mi ile oredo ona ga egi no ge osaloba aluga mo boro
wesi anyone we so ten
don mo wa tope
ya iwada e doctor pastor ini ma oredo osaloba ma yaga osase mi ya fe osase osa mudiano ma are mewi my so ma vie digun yoto viona yoto oteto salogba ni ya fe yimeji ebi na we ben ugie ni ma gwaka bania when edigoba ne do ya na we gue ededo we no ye no sun yi ba pastor ugie we ari ewe ke mo wuga o we no yo ewe odafen ewe unye ewe no yo emi no wa no ka emie ege ipolo no mie be wo ho be mi no aro ton aro wo te do ri oba wana otion e no pa we wa fi okun o na bi ma me no we ya ho ekian ana sin po e lo su no ni wa ekeni ya le yi abi yoku ihu ese we ya mari bere ya ma kinu le yi ya to bi ana e mo ko ro pe ana le e mo maladia asena ma ma hu ese abo wa la baba ye gogogi o na pe ri ye ti apagbo ya ge e ma ya ebe na ro ege o ri gba oko to ọ̀hún wa ẹ̀kọ́ mẹ́kọ́rọ́tọ̀ yá ọ̀nà wọn yàn nàkí yẹn náà gbogbo àrùn mẹ́kọ́rọ́tọ̀ ọ̀yí pẹ̀lú yẹn ẹ̀sẹ̀kẹ́ yẹn náà gbé yẹn náà pa ọ̀nà pa náà ní ebe ni ọ̀nà ebe náà ṣe é ọ̀bọ máa wà yẹn ebe náà ewé àti ẹ̀ ọ̀nà kọ̀lọ́ ọ̀nà yẹ tọ̀gbà yìí hù ọ̀rí ìdí ọba nẹ ọ̀hìn agbó ọ̀hún wẹ̀ nà rẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọn ni akọ̀lẹ̀ ebe nìyẹn ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ebe náà ni wọ́n ewé náà ọ̀ọ́zẹ́ òbò ihe àmà gbà yẹn náà yà yẹ èrè ìrìnàkí màwé wọn rẹ̀ èmi nà sọ̀rọ̀ nù àmì náà èmi ò sọ̀rọ̀ nù àrùn nù yà yẹrẹ ìrìnàsùnù àbẹ̀ yà yẹrẹ ọ̀sẹ̀nà sọ́ọ̀mà àbẹ̀ yà yẹrẹ ẹ̀fẹ̀ náà ìdùn àmì ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹni kì í gẹ́ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹni ọ̀nà àwòsàn àìrárùn ún pọ̀ àgbà àríyẹ̀ ẹ̀mẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹni màá yẹ ìkúlẹ̀ ẹ̀hìn ọ̀ẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀nà sọ̀rọ̀ yìí bá ubirie ẹ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀nà ọ̀hún àwẹ̀ náà orí ó gẹ̀ka ẹ̀yìn náà ẹ̀wẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́ ubi nàti ubi nọ̀rọ̀ àríyá ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ díẹ̀ ọ̀nà àrùn ọ̀máhùn náà rẹ̀ díẹ̀ ọ̀nà àrùn ìnáwó kẹ̀kẹ́ yà fẹ́rẹ́ àyẹ̀ nà mí anáwó náà rí ẹ̀ pa ọ̀nà ubirie anáwó bùrà orí ó gẹ̀ka nù gẹ̀ka ọ̀rí ọ̀nà wẹ̀ bọ̀nà àkùn ní sàlóbọ̀ àmì ohu omi yẹn ni eri egi ọmọ náà bá àhú ẹ làdí àyè ọ̀nà wíyàn àrí ọbẹ̀ yìí ọ̀nà àti ọbẹ̀ ọ̀nà àti ẹgẹ́ ọ̀nà àti ọ̀nì ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀nà àti ẹgẹ́ ọ̀nà àhú ẹgẹ́ wọ̀ ha ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà àhú ẹ̀wẹ̀ àhíà ugè náà wà ẹ̀yà àná àti ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹgẹ́ ọmọ wúwa o ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀yọ̀yọ̀ o ọ̀nà ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀rìwẹ̀ sẹ́gbà ọ̀nà ọmọ yẹ̀wẹ̀ pẹ́ ọmọ ẹ̀sùn pọ̀pọ̀ ọmọ ẹ̀sùn kìí hàn òwèrè òbó kagbà yìí bọ̀kánà wọ́gí wẹ̀rù náà náà wẹ̀rì rẹ̀ àbùhẹ́ wà wọ́gẹ́ dẹ́dọ̀ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ wọ́gí yomi mẹ́ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ wọ́n tiẹ̀ wà díẹ̀ ọ̀tún wẹ̀ hẹ́ òbí yẹ nìyẹn sí mi bá tiẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọ ọ̀yọ̀yọ̀ àwọn ọmọ náà wọ̀ ma ẹgbẹ́ ẹ̀ náà káyé ká náà ọ̀nà náà rí ọ̀yọ̀yọ̀ rẹ̀ ayé wẹ̀rì ẹ̀dá náà bẹ̀ àti wọn àti ẹgbẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ ọmọ wúwa o ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀yọ̀yọ̀ o ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀dàfẹ́ ẹgbẹ́ òyìn o ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀yọ̀yọ̀ o ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ayẹ èmi náà kẹ̀kẹ́ èyí àná fúri kó rẹ̀ oye ìwòsàn ayèrè nọ́kùà èyí pòkín ní dadọ̀ wọn èyí pòkín ní mẹ́ ọ̀kín ní wẹ̀rẹ̀ dayọ̀ mẹ́nà bí a miẹ́ bí a kìn àṣẹ ẹ̀ bọ́ do ìnógi àmì miẹ́ ní zíwọ́ rẹ̀ náà yìí dèmí ní kún wọn yìí iná fẹ́ ohun náà ìṣẹ̀dẹ̀ náà ẹ̀ náà pọ̀ ọ̀sàlọ́gbà náà pọ̀ òníkà èyí náà amawo gbẹ̀wé gbọ́nà amawo náà ìsàlẹ̀ bẹ̀rù sọpá nukpọ̀ ọ̀sàlọ́gbà yẹ dàgbọ̀n wọn nukpọ̀ yẹ ọ̀hẹ́ numiẹ́ nukpọ̀ yẹ òdekùn numiẹ́ ńnà yẹ mìhún nukpọ̀ yẹ dọ́mà yẹ numiẹ́ òdekùn wọn mi rọ̀pà èmi numiẹ́ nọ́sọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀hún ẹ̀ kèmọ́ kàmẹ́ kọ̀tẹ́ kòrún kí wọ ẹni rẹ́wẹ́ bo kẹ́ni ló wá kẹ́ yáfẹ́ èmi yáfẹ́ nínú ọ̀dìnnòdẹ̀ nùsàlọ́gbà yẹ àbọ̀wẹ̀wọ̀ owó èmi náà ẹ̀hánà bẹ̀ yìí mi ọ̀sánú dazi yìí mi níkà yìí mi ẹ̀bọ̀ yáfẹ́ nàga èmi ní sí àwọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ yàbọ̀ mi ọmọ anuwẹ̀ mo hùwẹ́ èmi kpọ́nà àmì yàbọ̀ àmọ̀ ẹ̀zọ́ yóò tọ̀ máa wẹ̀ yìí rí mà ọmọ náà bá ní dò kó àpọ̀lọpọ̀lọ̀ èmi náà rí ayé ẹ̀ ọ̀sàbà ìmànìhù náà fúri rẹ̀ wò náà èèmọ̀ àná wà gbọ́ ẹgbà ọ̀rẹ́ wò ní àwọn amọ̀hìn ọ̀nà hùn wá ẹ̀ déènà ọ̀wọ̀hìn ọ̀dàrọ̀ ní níkà ọ̀fẹ́ òhìn òwòrí ẹ̀ ní tọwọ́ náà pẹ̀wọ́ awéka mi yàfẹ́ mawe gòtúwa yàfẹ́ ugi ọ̀rẹ́ mi kpọ̀nà yẹn náà ọ̀wọ́ kpọ̀nà 2025 ẹ̀ mà yẹn náà ní ma yẹ mẹtí o la 2026 bẹ̀rẹ̀ o yẹ dé gbẹgbẹrẹ mi.
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wẹ́n náà wẹ̀ ọ́
ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ wẹ́n náà wẹ̀ ọ̀tẹ̀ yìí kéde bá ẹ̀gẹ̀ bẹ́ sẹ́ni.
ẹ̀dùnnú pẹ̀ o wẹ̀gẹ̀ ká wẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ tọ̀ ẹ̀rọ hùn ọ̀wẹ́ òkàpá ni wọ́n wẹ̀gẹ̀ náà dẹ ọ̀wọ́ pé ọ̀pá wẹ̀ tẹ̀ nìyẹn yé dàgbọ̀n yẹn yé náà yẹn yà gbégbé wọn ìtọ́ ọ̀nà kẹrẹ pẹ́ yìí ọ̀nà yà dì mọ́ìmọ́ ìwò dẹ́ ọ̀nà wẹ̀ ọmọ náà wà kẹ́ náà yẹn ti wà wù sọ́ náà náà mi ẹgbẹ́ náà máa gún yẹn kún akẹ́yìn lórí ẹ̀wù tó tukọ̀ wọn ọ̀nà dì mọ́ìmọ́ ni ọ̀nà mu ọ̀rìrì náà yà á rí kó rọ ọ̀rì mọ́mọ́ ọ̀rì mọ́bọ́ ẹ̀yẹ kí sopa yẹgi sunwera ọdiri yọ ni yẹn ti wá rí kóró ọ̀nà bòlè mọ́ínmọ́ín ọ̀nà rí inú yẹn ti wá lọ bọ̀ wọn abẹ́ náà wà lulẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́gẹ́ náà wà rí ebé mọ́ínmọ́ín ọ̀nà wà lálọ́ ọ̀nà lọ fíafíafíafíafíà ah ọ̀nà wẹ̀ bọ́nà kí Ona we lare wana la le be mo me we me o re na bu san ade.
Mami rai.
Mami rai. Ah. O pa na wa lu le wa to re mu ran. Yi ona we condition here ni se boyo. O be ma so ona. Yi bi na gbegbe e bana. Ona wa ran ri mu ran. Ona we bo ba to re. Ona wo tele ga re wa. Agbon ga mama. Where any ma do na zezelu o ma do na. E ka wo ume mi no arun da e gogo. Ume no arun da e we mi po. Ume no ugwe me go ma be gogo. Wari da ku gbe na nwanyo ku gbe. Opa atokpe
ise. Anyway, ya yi wada yi ma. E ma na mu gi oge emi po na ajuto ni wa. Maka bokun wa ya fe di da yi ma. Pa ke ma ye ni run. Adigu eni run. Awe ya fe mana owe go ba we duge osaloba no gi ma eseti gwe igwe emi ya fe ke ni ro wa ke rigwe we ni abo kagele abo kala we dion wala ho wa go ba dole wo na yi wa ge ria wa we ki to han ane ga gwaligo wa we ki to po be gba ni ba ya do po na he po de wa be do he wa ga zi esi no bavju wayi na ya dole wo yi awo kagele eri o no ona ojo we we so egbe ade lórí ojo we we go abe na iru ena e ya fe abe nigi ni we ro ya fe abe nirun erun ni to sa mi ma ya fe yibo na fi wo re no ma no la o tedo ya fe me ma na mu gibo ta de na yo ta oba atope ise
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Season's greetings. It's awesome, amazing to know that basically we've made it up to this time of the year. And in just less than 48 hours, we will be experiencing the ambience of 2026. It's been awesome. It's been great. And basically we look at how we started the year 2025. Well, for some, it was glitz and glamour. And of course, topsy-turvy, you know, all the flip-flops that came, but we're still alive, strong and healthy. Basically, this period, a lot of persons are embarking on holidays, going on vacations to spend the Yuletide, and we look at what is happening, you know, across board. And of course, it's important that we feel the pulse of the nation. It's not been easy. It's been tragic, you know, most moments we had in Nigeria because of the insecurity that have bedeviled the country, most especially when there have been challenges as regards how to tackle it headlong, you know, over a decade, and seems almost impossible. But we had the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, who basically assumed office, and he already promised that he's going to hit the ground running and, of course, tackle this headlong. And it's been almost 4 years, over 3 years, and of course issues are also abound as regards what is happening in terms of tackling insecurity. Well, at present, we can always see situations where people, you know, embark on holiday trips. The president happens to be embarking on a holiday trip to the UK, and well, there's been concerns raised on the fact that is it appropriate for a certain president to embark on a holiday trip despite the national insecurity crisis ravaging the country? And what could this message mean, and how would those victims affected by this insecurity in the country, you know, take this message of the president, you know, embarking on holiday trip when they are mourning? Well, different situations happen, but well, let's quickly take a greet to Abuja, where we have Joseph Kadiri standing by. Good morning, Joseph. It's been awesome having the ITV Network project coming this strong. This happens to be the last Tuesday of the year 2025. Kudos to you, and of course, kudos to you, Joshua. Awesome, beautiful thing.
A very good morning to you, Joshua. Good morning, Philip. Of course, Abuja is beautiful this morning, just that the temperature is not too friendly, especially at night. You just discover that when the power is out, the environment is hot, and you just be wondering. This is happening at a time when the book says from October, November, December, January, and February is a time that comes with, you know, very strong and cold wind, but it's different now. That, of course, may be due to climate change, and this is a reality that climate change is here, and we must try what we can to ensure that we reduce, our activities to, you know, increase it. So Abuja is fine. We'll be looking at the 2026 Area Council polls, and you know that INEC is saddled with that responsibility. INEC is saddled with it as long as local government elections are concerned in Nigeria. It is only that of the FCT that INEC is empowered to conduct, and it is just by the corner. 21st of February is not too long. So much is being said and done. Preparations in top gear that will pan out. We'll look at it at the course of the program.
Well, thank you, Joseph. A lot you said there, and basically let's get your thoughts. And I want to say congratulations once more to you, Josh, who made it up through to the last Tuesday of the year 2025. Great member of the ITV project team.
My greetings to you, Philip, and of course, Kadri over there in Abuja. Of course, my appreciation to have been able to make it this far, especially given the fact that life is not given. You see, as we economic situation, and of course, unforeseen occurrence hitting everyone left, right, and center. But of course, I'm much grateful for life. Well, for us right here in Lagos, we'll be looking at the issue on maternity or maternal health care with respect to improving the infrastructure and healthcare personnel within the healthcare system. And this, of course, is coming against the backdrop of a young man by name John, who is very live, very questioning, and of course will join us to share his experience with the demise. He will be sharing, of course, his love life with her, the situation surrounding her demise, and of course what could be done, especially in the healthcare system, to improve infrastructure and personnel. So we'll be having him join us shortly to have this conversation with us this morning. And of course, I'm being joined here by my co-anchor in the person of Patricia Gabriels. Patricia.
Good morning, George, and thanking God that we made it all to this time of the year. And of course, I don't know why you forgot my name. You want to go to Abuja, right?
No.
You want to go to Charity Tanko in Abuja.
Not at all.
Anyway, we're going to be sending you to Abuja very soon. And just like you said, we're going to be joining the young man later on to talk about what happened exactly in the hospital where the wife died after giving birth or doing childbirth. And we're going to look at how this can be minimized, if not stopped completely, moving forward in Nigeria.
Great opportunity to see you again, Patricia, and I can't miss this moment because this happens to be the very last Tuesday for the year 2025, and of course we all made it strong, as ITV project team, and we continue to do this. But well, the health sector has been a big challenge in Nigeria, and we look at the need for the government to rise above board to tackling this issue of infrastructural decay and how to improve upon it. We keep talking about or hearing about government functionaries traveling out of the country for a medical trip. Well, this time around they just disguise it as going on a vacation. Who knows if in the course of going on a vacation there could also be a visit to the clinic in the UK. Well, I didn't say that's what the president is going for anyways, but it's all everywhere that the president shouldn't actually be embarking on a trip, on a foreign trip, and the disguise of having an end of year, holiday, when the nation is in comatose in terms of national insecurity crisis. Well, that's basically what we're going to be looking at and sharing from the Mini Network Center. Well, we're going to be taking a short break. Basically, you can see we have a full plate across the network centers. We're taking a short break, and then we'll look at the pages of the newspaper in order to determine the mode of the nation. But I want to say, season greetings once more to our viewers on independent television. You made it rock. Let's go feed our appetite and let's get the pages of the newspaper and see the mood of the nation. And our first paper will be hitting the screen. We have the Guardian newspaper, and of course what we have here basically is just for you to get a read on what the Guardian newspaper has in that regard. But let's quickly get to the leadership. Of course, on the leadership, we have it where it says, Makinde lied. I never offered to hold down People's Democratic Party for Tinubu. And this is coming from Wike, the FCT minister. Anthony Joshua in stable condition after accident. This report is coming from Lagos, Ogun State. And of course, you get that on page 7. So sad that you have to travel down to your home country and have this bad light. But good to know, it's already recovering and in stable condition. All right, just quickly, we have it. It says, Otedola divests from Geregu Power, sells majority stake in $750 million deal. Awesome. Let's get a major headline here, which says, concerns as education budget stagnates at 6 to 7% over 5 years. You get that on page 5. There's quite a very sad commentary, looking at the need for us to boost the education sector, and of course it should reflect in the budget allocation for it. So unfortunate that for 6 to 7 years now, or 5 years rather, we've had the stagnation of about 6 to 7% on the education budget. Well, just below that, you can see photos of Anthony Joshua during the accident, and of course quite sad. This again will have to draw attention to traffic regulations and of course roads in the country. It's quite a very sad one, but basically we want to really appreciate the efforts of those who came by and quickly rescue the situation. You can see that it's quite excruciating to see that we are really having this thought as regards our very own Anthony Joshua, who has made us proud, in all facets, most especially in the sports segment. Okay, at just the side of the cover page, let's get the story here where it says 7 journalists die in Gombe auto crash. You can get that on page 13. This is quite a sad one. And this says defection rumors surround Kwankwaso Governor Yusuf on page 25. Widespread blackout as National Grid software system collapse again. You get that on page 23. Why should this be happening? As we gradually get to the end of the year 2025, we shouldn't say blackout. Blackout is a negative trend. And I think all stakeholders in this regard should fight it hard to make sure that everyone gets into the new year on the bright side and not on the otherwise. All right, this says Governor Bala warns traditional rulers against aiding criminals. And of course, after U.S.-Nigeria strikes on terrorists, coalition demands relief for affected civilians. You get that on page 21. So much, you might say, on the leadership. Okay, let's get to New Telegraph. What we have on the New Telegraph has this to say: anti-terrorism fight. U.S. Christmas Day bombing killed many terrorists. Marjorie has that to say. The Christmas Day bombing, was basically a huge relief for the fight against terrorists in Nigeria, and they never saw this coming, you may say. All right, so let's get to see more here where we have this big photo, and of course underneath, Wike versus Makinde. I never promised to hold down PDP for Tinubu, says Rivers ex-governor. Suspend tax laws until probe ends. Reps minority caucus tells federal government. And of course, this says eating takeout food too often may increase heart risk. That's a study. Just as we are in the Yuletide, too much of food, anything too much can give you a very negative trend. And of course, eating takeout food can cause you a lot of risk. That's what the study says. So just be wise as you get to internalize this. This says just other side of the cover page, Nigeria thrown into darkness again as national grid collapses. This is a very bad share coming in this time of the year, 2025. This says 7 Kwara construction workers abductors, 7 Kwara construction workers, abductors demand 500 million naira ransom. You can see that. Well, again, this also leaves a bad taste where the president had to embark on a holiday trip, to the UK, and this is ahead of the UAE Sustainability Week Summit that will be coming at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of January, where the president will have to be at the UAE, but that will be after his trip to the UK. Via the UK, he will be hitting the UAE, but a lot of questions are really popping up as regards, is it appropriate for a certain president to embark on such a trip in the midst of national security crisis? Well, look at all we've seen in the aspect of, abduction, and of course we have 7 Kwara construction workers already abducted, as the abductors are demanding 500 million ransom, and this again goes a long way to, access the efforts of the Nigerian government in tackling insecurity. But again, we are paying a visit to the statement credited to the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo, that said that the president is fighting hard and closely too with security agents to make sure that terrorists are decimated, and of course tackling insecurity headlong. And again, questions are also being raised about what is happening in the state. In spite of all of this, we still see challenges of hoodlums, lynching on innocent citizens and indigents of the state. The aspect of Dr. Don Pedro, a media icon, a veteran, that has been over the news, is another challenge that questions are being raised. Do we have security agents in the state? What happened? Where were they when this whole saga happened? Well, this is coming on the heels of the governor of the state, Senator Monday Okpebholo, saying that the president is fighting hard to tackle insecurity. And of course, what could we say concerning the state and of course the measure of the state government in tackling all of these social vices and violence alongside insecurity in the state? Well, we're going to be taking a short break on this, and of course we will be diving into the discussion segment proper. Do stay. Quite a headlong practice for us to really tackle the issue before us. And of course, nobody tells you not to go on a holiday, but is the timing right? Well, at this period where we have the vacation, some companies close up and allow their staff to embark on a very beautiful vacation. So what stops you from that? But can we close the country for a vacation? Well, again, some say, is it not proper that the role of the vice president be properly understood by the public? By the fact that the president mustn't basically be on the ground all the time. So it is upon us that the vice president will be standing in the stead of the president in the situations where the president is not in the country. Well, this is coming up on the heels of the topic we have before you, looking at the president's holiday trip to the UK, and of course via the UK, he will be hitting UAE early January, where they will be having the Sustainability Week Summit in the UAE, and that's a very big one for the president. But let's quickly look at this because I have my guest with me in the studio to analyze this aspect of the timing of the president's, a holiday trip. Starting from my extreme left, I have a legal practitioner and, of course, a public affairs analyst, Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for coming.
It's a delight being here. Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Nigeria.
And, of course, I want to say big thanks for coming also, St. Moses Eromosele, a civil rights activist and a political analyst.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Season's greetings to both of you guys.
Thank you.
All right, let's starting with you, Emmanuel Obakolo. A lot of things are happening. I don't know how your taste is like in terms of how you grade this aspect of the timing of the president embarking on the holiday trip to the UK and the time where we are having security crisis in the nation.
Firstly, I must congratulate you on your award as the ITV network presenter. I think it's an award. It is said that it is only a madman that will go to sleep with his roof on fire. I think that the backed by the president is an abdication of responsibility. The president has systematically abandoned his responsibilities as the commander-in-chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. On Esmat Day, we had a bombing of a town, Kangara, precisely Jabu, in Sokoto State, under Kangara local government of Sokoto State.
Okay, Will Weber, coming back to you to continue in that conversation while we quickly take a short break. Do stay. Great to be back as TMI, and we still have Emmanuel Obakolo with us. Continue from where you left off.
Yes, it is said that it is only a madman that will go to sleep with his roof on fire. Drawing from that adage, I want to agree absolutely that the president deliberately shy away from the responsibility of his office. To my mind, there is an abdication of responsibility by the president, particularly at this time of insecurity challenges, crisis that we do have on our hands. Going by what the bombing on the 25th of December 2026 of the bombing of a village called Jabu village in Tangara local government area of Sokoto State.
Okay.
Yes, a good one. The killings of terrorists and the displacement of terrorists to create more fears in them. But by virtue of the provisions of Section 14(2) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria just now, the president is saddled with the responsibility of ensuring the security and welfare of the people of Nigeria. But here we are again, just almost 3 years, the president has again shown to Nigerians that he doesn't care about what goes on to Nigerians or what goes on in Nigeria. And I want to say that I see it as an irresponsibility and insensitive to the plight of Nigerians just now. We had another bombing again in Zamfara. And here we are, the president who is the commander-in-chief, properly so-called, wearing that toga of the commander-in-chief, are just abandoned Nigerians, abandoned the insecurity situation. Whether or not he has a vice, the president communicate through to the National Assembly that is transmitting the functionality of his office to the vice president, where we know that the National Assembly is on recess. And we also know that if the National Assembly was not to be on recess, the Senate president, even in his bedroom, he can approve the letter for the president. But that would have been that there was a letter approved by the Senate wherein the president transferred the functionality of his office as the commander-in-chief to the vice president. But yeah, we do not know whether the vice president can act properly, or the service chiefs are now the ones in charge of securing Nigeria. That over the years we have seen a lot of challenges and a lot of crises, a lot of talk, comment, wherein we even know, even a former general in the Nigerian army did say that the military is colluding in its language with even the terrorists, and we see a lot. We saw the Yalwata, we saw other Benue, Katsina, Sokoto, Kano, Borno, even just now, even in the south here, we see a lot of kidnapping spree, and yet the president choose at this point in time to make a trip to God knows where, though we are told that he left for Europe, and we saw the catalogs of governors who abandoned the functionality of their office too in their state to go and bid the president farewell, because this is the only time in the history of this country where you see governors who are so interested in bidding the president farewell, and when he's coming back, they will be there again to welcome him home. They will abandon their state, abandon their people. So I feel that the president is indeed not doing well. That which he promised Nigeria, that which the constitution has so vested in him to ensure the safety of Nigeria.
But
This
don't forget
man
that it's
is
ahead
only
of the
concerned.
trip. Don't forget this ahead of the trip at the UAE also, where there's going to be a Sustainability Week Summit, which also tells a lot in terms of the participation of the Nigerian president.
Is it a must that the president must be there? Can the president delegate somebody to represent him, like the vice president, where he is the commander-in-chief? It's not a must that the president should be there. But we just see, we've seen again the president displaying that power, that attribute of an emperor. That look, it must be me, and anything that I wish to do, I will do, and nobody has a say in it. But you should know that the power is so exhibiting, the power is so manifesting, the power is that he thinks that are on his fingertips just now are donated to him by the people. The office of the people is sovereign. The office of the people is supreme, because sovereignty belongs to the people. So the president cannot at will choose to do whatever he likes. Now we can feel the heat. Just yesterday, yeah, another kidnapping spree, and here we have a commander-in-chief who just abandoned every one of us and choose to go on trip, going to Europe via Dubai, going to Dubai via Europe. What type of I have not seen this kind of wasteful attribute in a very long time. Truly, the president is indeed a wasteful president, and I think he must caution himself. His advisors should sit him down and begin to tell him that the people of Nigeria are not happy with him, and that he should ensure that the responsibility of his office are carried out, or else Nigerians will rise one day to tell him, Mr. President, we donated this power to you.
All right, you just made a comment that is personal to you. Not
Very personal to me.
Independent television, but well, let's get your thoughts as a civil rights activist and of course a political analyst. What's wrong if the president embarks on a trip to Europe as end of year, holiday? Is it wrong?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. First of all, let me congratulate you on your award, the presenter of the year. So we celebrate you.
Thank you.
And whether it's wrong, simple. I can say it's nothing is wrong about it. It's the optics people are misinterpreting. First of all, we must understand the difference between modern leadership and 1920s leadership. Now, today, the modern leadership involves having a system that functions, having a national security advisor, having chief of army staff, having IG of police, having a functional system. If the system is functional, we don't need the president to sit down in one corner of the earth and he must be there to result to happen. No. The president, if he must travel again, it must be because of very important assignments, yes.
That will impact the nation positively.
And it must also be because of results that will impact on the nation positively. Let us not forget, let us go back in history. And United Kingdom, my brother here mentioned about bombing here, right, left and center, and the president is not sensitive. I want to draw his attention to the 1939 to 1945, during the World War, when United Kingdom was bombed, right, left and center. What did Winston Churchill do at that time? He was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He traveled most. Today he was in America, the other day was in the Atlantic, the other day was in Italy, he was in every corner of the earth, seeking for alliances. Did he get that? He got it. He got America to ally. He got Japan. He got, not Japan, he got a couple of other countries to align with him. And the America brought, NATO was born. And then what happened? Hitler was defeated. Our president is traveling not for holiday. He's not going for picnic. He's going to help this nation.
Well, but that's what the paper's saying. He's going on holiday.
No.
End of year holiday.
No, the holiday he planned. I'm not trying to defend the president.
Again, we don't know if he's going to be in the course of doing that. We are back on the medical treatment.
Let us not forget. He has the right to be medically fit. He has the right to be well. Now, let us remember that he planned holiday this year to be in 3 states in Nigeria and in Lagos before that Christmas Day bombing. So he has cut short that holiday. So what he's going for is a fixed program. Program that presidents attend. There are programs that kings attend. There are programs that should not be
in Europe.
In Europe?
No, you're talking about a meeting, but what we have is that it's a holiday in Europe. The one we all know about a meeting is the UAE Sustainability Week Summit, which is going to be at the beginning of January.
And don't forget that we have our president is fully in charge of Nigeria currently. The bombing in Sokoto was a statement to the terrorists. The declaration of bandits as terrorists was a statement to the whole world. The bombing in Zamfara, the combing of those forests in Zambisa that's ongoing in the last couple of days is a statement that Nigeria is functioning again. So do you need the president to be in this forest? He needs to keep the government working. So I'm not trying to excuse him, but I'm trying to explain to you that the government is not crazy. The government is not stupid. We should all the time be on the side of our government, whether we like them or not. We should be with them, especially during crisis, when there is a conflict between terrorists and our country. We should not be criticizing our own.
Okay.
It is wrong.
Okay. You made mention. You still have the floor. You made mention of the need to build with the government, basically. But what about those who are victims in the course of this insecurity? What would be the message to them? Or how would they feel that the #1 citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria isn't even in the country, to feel their grief?
Now, we sympathize with victims all the time. It's a pity that we have victims in Nigeria. It's a pity that we have IDP camps in Nigeria when there is no war at the moment. But all this will be reversed. We must band together with our government. By government, I do not mean only the president. Band together with our police, band together with our military, band together with our security networks, everybody that's working for us. When there is bombing, we should not take sides with the bombers. We should not take sides with the kidnappers. We should not take sides. We should not begin to blame our government until a time will come, electoral time. That's when you can bombard the government. If you are very offended, then you can tell the government, I don't want you anymore, I vote in the next government. But for now, when we are still fighting, please, it's important that we all the time be with our government. We must not be on the same party, but we must be on the same page against terrorism. So don't say the president is not around. You should not even let them know that the president is not around. Who tells you the president cannot be around in 24 hours? In 24 hours, the president can be around. So the point is that the president traveled for a meeting, like you said, and that's the truth. He did not travel for holiday picnicking, and he has a right to travel if it was for holiday. But because of the sensitive nature of the things of the country at the moment, we can look at the optics. It may not be so palatable that the president will be traveling for holiday.
Okay.
So what is happening right now? He's traveling for a meeting.
Okay. Don't put that on me. I didn't say that he's embarking on Europe for a meeting. I did say he's embarking on a holiday trip to the Europe. And from there, he will be embarking on a meeting with at the UAE, which is Sustainability, Week Summit, taking place at the beginning of January. And what critics are saying is, why don't you wait till it's January and feel the grief of those who are in pain, in Nigeria, till it's January before you embark on that trip? And just like he said, must it be the president to embark on such meetings? What about the role of the vice president? But I'll come back to you to look into that. But let's quickly analyze this, because a whole lot has been spoken about the challenges, insecurity, and all that. But don't you feel the grip of the president in tackling insecurity?
No, I cannot feel it. Just now, if you look at, we are all celebrating the president of the United States of America for carrying out the bombing at Jabu.
Don't forget that was a collaboration, and the need for you to feel
there was absolutely
there was the president in that.
There was absolutely
without the president that would have happened.
Listen, sir.
This is a sovereign country.
Listen, sir. We have a government that is quick to deny and also quick to accept when they are afraid of criticism. That's the kind of government we have just now in place.
So you must be talking with facts.
Yes. Now, if you look at it, as at the point the United States carried out the bombing, was the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria aware? The answer is a capital no. It was until the President of the United States of America, the person of Donald Trump, tweeted on his X handle that a successful bombing had just been carried out in Sokoto State, Nigeria. That was when we heard all the hula baloo. That when we heard all the hooray for thunder.
Well, St. Moses seems not to be with you on this.
He's entitled to his opinion. But I'm telling you that fact has it.
Like I said, are you coming with facts?
Fact has it.
Because even before that bombing, it was already announced that they should get ready, because all of this has been in the public space.
Who announced it?
Philip, can I?
The question. Who did the announcement? We at first, the same government told the person of Donald Trump that they frowned at when the man said there was Christian genocide in Nigeria, and if it continues, there's going to be a reaction from the United States.
Exactly. So that's
exactly why the government
announced that.
That's why I asked who announced it. It was the person of Donald Trump, not your government, not my government, not our government, that did the announcement.
Can I say something?
And at that point in time, we saw delegates who went to United States of America, making several appeals. There was nothing like collaboration.
Okay.
They were only appealing.
Okay, before you continue, please let's allow you to cut it.
I think you're a lawyer, right? It's important that you are careful with statements that are not true. What you just said now is not only not true, but it's a little bit insensitive, with all due respect. First of all, the Nigerian government was fully aware, not just only aware, permitted it. Under international law, if Donald Trump came to Nigeria and bombed Nigeria without the permission of the president, the whole world would have been agog with criticisms. That is not happening right now.
Okay,
now,
so how did the government become aware?
The government did not become aware.
I expect you to prove
I'm coming to
put the facts on the table.
Very simple, one by one.
Let's see if there was an agreement that was signed.
Number one, the United Nations African Command, is called AFRICOM, is the supreme military arm of the United States in Africa. The head spoke within 12 hours of the bombing.
Okay.
And he said, and I quote, in collaboration with the Nigerian government, we did this, we did that. That's one. Number two, the Foreign Ministry of Nigeria, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, within 13 hours of the bombing, made a statement. You don't have to, I'm telling you what you know. And it's a pity that you are misrepresenting the public, the facts. And they made a statement, and it's in public domain, that this was in collaboration with the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's one. All international organizations, all international news media, including ITV.
Don't forget you borrowed that time. It's not your time yet.
Thank you.
So just to set the record straight. And basically, let's come back to you. But I think let's look at what is really on board, because I think that puts paid to it. If the president, the #1 citizen of the country, can agree to the fact that that was a collaboration, what then do you have to say?
Look at the time space he's talking about. 13 hours, 12 hours.
But the president,
is that not enough time?
But the president agreed that it was a collaboration.
I just told you from the outset that we have a government who is quick to deny and quick to accept. I just told you that. And that is the style we've seen with this government.
But is this in favor of the countries? Is it in favor of the countries fighting against terrorism?
We claim to be giants of Africa. Is it really in favor that a giant of Africa like Nigeria cannot combat terrorism for all these years? I'm not just saying with specific reference to the government in this administration. For all these years, precisely from 2013 till date, we've not been able to combat terrorism. Yet ECOMOG went to other African countries and conquered. And I did also say, I quoted the person of General Theophilus Danjuma, retired, who said that the military is colluding. But that is not the issue just now. The issue is this: have we been able to combat terrorism? If we were able to combat terrorism, why did America strike? Why did they strike? That is the question. So, we have a system, if there is, where we are quick to deny, even where there are facts pointing to that direction, even where there are indices pointing to that direction, we quick to deny. And even when you present the facts, the government, their sympathizers and supporters will tell you, oh, that is not really the narrative. This is the narrative. We are quick to do that. But let me tell you, whether anybody likes it or not, whether anybody believes it or not, is that we are faced with a serious insecurity crisis just now. And what are we doing? And in particularly at this point in time, where we have series of bombings, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Commander-in-Chief, has vehemently disappeared from the country. And we are told by his spokespersons that, oh, the President is going for holiday in Europe. Then 1st of January, we are not going to hear anything from the President. Maybe we will hear it via Zoom. With respect to government programs for the year come 2026. You can see that this is a government who runs Nigeria the way they are running motor park activities. And that is why I think that this is not the timing of the President leaving the shores of Nigeria for Europe via Abu Dhabi is not a good one. I think his advisors need to tell him nothing but the chloroquine bitter truth, and the President himself need to sit down, because this carnival that the President goes on every time now and then on the guise of going for trip, medical trip, going for holidays here and there, I think it's not a good one for Africa. The President can also take his holidays in Lagos. Why did he choose to go to Europe? That is wasteful venture. Okay. And yet, they are telling us that tomorrow, they will tell Nigerians that, oh, we are going to see that we want to recruit investors into Nigeria with with insecurity challenges. Which investor will come to Nigeria to invest in this kind of situation?
Thank you,
so
Emmanuel
I think the
Bakolo.
President need to do better.
Thank you, Emmanuel Bakolo. In the course of the weekend, the governor of Edo State, Senator Mondo Okpebolo, also made some very, very remarkable statements as regards the fight against terrorism. Of course, the effort of the president in tackling insecurity, where he said that the president is fighting very, very closely with security agents to make sure that this aspect of insecurity is tackled headlong. And he really poured encomiums on the president. But that wouldn't be news, as you may say. But again, looking at the security in Edo State, it is expected that as the chief security officer of the state, will also feel the pulse of how the security, you know, is being felt in Edo State. We take our minds back to what transpired, you know, some days back on Sunday, basically, where a media icon, a veteran, Dr. Don Obaseki, Pedro Obaseki, you know, was lynched upon, you know, over the weekend as regards, you know, not being able to properly talk about a particular way of salutation, you know. All of this again has been raised as concerns, you know, from the point where he was lynched upon, where he was paraded even to the palace area. We didn't feel or see any security outfit or agents that could, you know, tackle this headlong or rescue this media icon from being lynched upon by these hoodlums and miscreants. So let's feel your pause in this. St. Moses Iromosele, the comment credited to the governor of Edo State as regards the remarkable, you know, efforts being put by the president in tackling insecurity. And again, vis-a-vis what transpired. How do you see that resembling the aspect of the state government in tackling even insecurity and violence in the state?
Yeah, I think the governor was right, because they have access to more information than we do. And that the president is tackling insecurity. And the governor also said something that was not uttered in those words. Okay. And that is, in Edo State, there's been improved security. Yes, I recognize the fact that there's still kidnapping here and there. In the Eastern Southeast, I heard there was 1 or 2 kidnappings. But what happened in Benin, yeah, you draw my attention to Don Pedro's unfortunate lynching by some young men in Benin, has absolutely nothing to do with the Edo State government. Has everything to do with ethnic crisis by certain people who interpreted certain behavior as wrong, And it has also nothing to do with the Oba Palace, because the Oba Palace even protected him from the videos we saw. It's a pity that some hoodlums in our town behaved the way they behaved. There's a lesson I picked that most people do not even see in that story. The lesson is that it shows that there's improved security in Edo State. Number one, last year, or years before, Don Pedro would not go and play football at Uwa Primary School without arms, without security. It's not possible. There was, every Christmas was a period of crisis, or a period of killing, or a period of court clashes. This period was a remarkable difference, and that informed why Don Pedro went to the Uwa Primary School, the public urban center.
Because he saw that there was appreciable security.
Because there was safety, one. Number two, and that shows that the government is doing something. That's the first sign.
Has a grip on security.
It's a grip on security in the state. It has not gotten to where we want to be, but it has led to where we used to be. And that's something we must give the credit to the government. There are those young men that did that to Don Pedro, committed wrong to Don Pedro. And Don Pedro has a duty, not the state government, to make a complaint, to sue them. He has a right and a duty. Thank God he's a lawyer. He has a right and a duty to sue those people. So you should not put the blame on the Edo State government. You should even be thankful to the government for creating an environment where you could go and play football in Benin City at Christmas period.
Okay, but what happened to the security architecture from that point where he was linked upon and dragged to the palace access?
Question.
It was expected that strategically you're going to be seeing, some police vehicles and, of course, policemen. Because I usually take some visits to Enugu, for instance, and I really admire what the governor is doing, Peter Mba, as regards that. At every, spot, you see the police vans, you see their vehicles, you see their presence. And if this was what we had on Sunday, it would have been a different narrative.
Now, take note, the governor is not law enforcement. Law enforcement, you have to ask the police that question. And the police is governed, is run by system, the IG of police. We need to ask the police the question, because from the narrative, he was beaten from Besawa to Akbava, down to the Arosa, dragged down the Osa, down to Ring Road. Between Arosa and Ring Road, there is a CBN, police, CBN, a heavy police. Why did they not do something about that? So that's the police question, not the Edo State government question. The Edo State government question is the environment that he has created, the safety he has created. And that safety was pronounced that Don Pedro, was able to go and play football at Uwapuma School. That's the point. We must also identify.
And let's get a thoughts in that, Emmanuel.
It's unfortunate that my co-panelist is making comments like this. My heartfelt prayer for him is that he shouldn't be a victim. Because if he is one, he will change his comment. Now, when you look at the whole situation, it points to the fact that there is insecurity in the states. From Uwa Primary School to where they dragged him to, is a very long distance. And mind you, he was stripped naked, just on boxers. That goes to tell you that we find ourselves in an Agbero society, because it is only in an Agbero society you have this kind of practice. And also to tell you how the government, the security agencies have keyed into Agberoism, with all due respect to them. If not, how can, for goodness sake, whether or not the man made a remark or a statement with respect to a reference salutation,
according to them, that was not properly situated.
That is not the talks we saw. Is not their responsibility to so act. I think there are better ways to go about it. If the salutation does not please the authority can say, call on him. He is an important figure in Edo State, for goodness sake, for crying out loud. He's not a commoner that will say, okay, how do you trace him? So that would have been, there are better ways to handle such a matter. But I think what transpired that day was more or less a political vendetta. That's how I see it. Because if not, I do not see any reason why somebody would take responsibility that is not his and act so with so much disdain, with so much courage to carry out that kind of act. And at the close of the day, everything seemed to be okay in this kind of society that we all live in, that tomorrow you never can tell. It may be your turn. Tomorrow you may get old and not be able to carry out some of this rascality as they are doing just now. So I think that the governor is the chief security officer of the state. The governor is the one who takes, who collects, who receives security votes on behalf of Edo State. And the governor should ensure that at every situation, he must, as a matter of fact, constitutionally secure lives and property of the people of Edo State. Like the state in reference you made, Enugu State. See what you said, that at every given point, you will see the security agencies at every point ensuring that there is security in the state. We don't have any here in Edo State. What we have in Edo State, you see some group of persons who will just stay somewhere and receiving money, that is their own responsibility, because they feel that it is their, once they put on uniform, that uniform gives them the rights, the power to so act as they do. But I want to tell you that in this part of the world, we always praise a situation when we are not victims. But when we are not victims, we shout to the high heaven for rescue, for help. But I think that it is duty bound that this responsibility, this act must not repeat itself again in this state. And the governor should ensure that. The governor must call the security architecture in Edo State and tell them, this is my position. This is what I want in my state. I want peace. I want sanity. I want security in my state. We don't want this kind of act. I think that is the responsibility of the governor. But for somebody to say that it is not the duty of the governor it's not the duty of the Edo State government to say anything that they can continue with whatever they are doing, I think that is a wrong comment to make.
Okay, you still have the floor before I get to St. Maurice. In as much as we're talking about this, this happens to be a very loose end, that unfortunately had to happen. But while we express really our displeasure against that act, let's also talk about what he said, which is also very, very remarkable in terms of the state government's efforts in tackling insecurity. You and I remember when during this period of the youth, during the youth-tide, where in past years, where we can hardly sleep over court clashes. Isn't that respite?
It is. To be precise, from every October to January, before now, Edo State used to be a haven for cultists.
So it's a credit to the state government.
It is. It is. It is for him. It's a plus for him. But I think he needs to do more, so that we will not give the state and make the state a gangster paradise. If we combat terrorism and allow gangsterism, and we've really done well. That is another question we should ask. So we should, if we close the door to cultism and open the door to gangsterism, I think it's a minus. So the governor has done well in closing the door to cultism, but he should also ensure that he closes the door also to gangsterism and thuggery.
Okay, well, while the governor was in that service or program, he also asked for prayers, which is quite very, very humble and divine, and very, very, emulating of the governor to do that. Where he said that, even while they make efforts to tackle insecurity, there are also some setbacks. Some who really don't want them to, make positive marks, also fight back. But who in your mind was the governor referring to? Was he referring to satanic forces or the opposition?
Yeah, I don't know who he was referring to, because I was not on his mind. But one thing I know for sure is that every good thing is resisted. And the governor knows this. And whether you believe in satanic forces or not, they exist. These satanic forces exist sometimes in spirit form and sometimes in physical form.
But the government can always crush it.
Yes,
so we don't need to pray about that.
The government, no, we need to pray about it.
Government can always crush satanic forces.
Government can pray. Nothing wrong with prayers. Prayer is part and parcel of living. So if you don't believe in prayers, I wonder how human you can be without.
Do you agree that the government can crush satanic forces?
Yes.
Because satanic forces can appear in human form. They can't do spiritual.
Wait, no, they can do spiritual. They can do physical. So government will crush them physically.
Are you saying?
Government will crush them spiritually. Government will crush them economically. Government will crush them in every way they appear. If they appear physically, government should crush them physically. If they appear spiritually, government should crush them spiritually. Nothing wrong about spiritualism. That's why we have churches, that we have mosques, that we have all our shrines. They all exist for a purpose. So government should use everything at its disposal to crush crime, including even if they hide in the opposition. crush them too.
Okay.
But
I was coming there.
Oh yes.
Opposition.
If the satanic forces hide in the opposition, crush them. Because it's like terrorists hiding in some of our brothers in the north, in quote our brothers.
Okay,
crush them.
okay, but what do you make of the role of the opposition in governance?
Yes, opposition is
and how do you identify satanic forces in the opposition?
Opposition in government is necessary.
Okay.
But when you become a resistance to progress, you should be crushed.
Have you noticed that in the opposition?
I do not say that. But when they become.
Because the last time I checked.
When they become.
The last time I checked, you had sentiments for the PDP.
I'll give you an example.
The last time I checked, you had sentiments for the PDP. And all of a
last time I
sudden,
checked,
it seems by the time the governor-elect was sworn in,
no,
you changed your mind.
No. What happened? Let me quickly clear that. Let me use the opportunity to clear that. Yes, I was in the PDP for a while. Between May and September 2024, sorry. I was not always in the PDP. I've always been in the APC. I was even the leader of the APC in my ward. So between May and September, I had a quarrel within the APC and in my ward and in my local government. So and it was all well managed.
Okay.
And at the time, I was frustrated. And I also saw in the opposition at the time a candidate that I preferred. I have a right to prefer a candidate.
Okay.
Oh, I did prefer the candidate at the
Well,
time.
your candidate didn't win.
When he didn't win,
if he had won, you wouldn't have.
Maybe I would have left. Oh. Immediately after the election, I left. Not before the sworn in.
Okay.
Long before I left, I resigned. It was in public domain. I resigned over the same reasons I resigned in the APC. I saw in the PDP the same problem, even worse than I saw in the APC. I told myself, okay, why don't you just resign to go home? I wanted to go home and stay. After a while, between September when I resigned and now, and early this year, I was met, can you sit down and how at home, please come back. The issues have been resolved, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. I will have a place for you. Even those who won are coming back. And that was graciousness. I saw that grace. So this is something gracious, something I didn't see before. I thought they were just bad people. I thought they were just stupid people. And they are coming back to ask me, they still need me, even when I have been defeated. That was something. Then those I worked for, the moment they lost election, till date, they didn't even take my phone calls. People I risked my life for. They didn't take my phone calls. They didn't even reply my SMS messages. I asked myself, oh my God, was I being used as a tool?
And if they are pulled through, probably you would have been dumped.
Oh, of course. I was like a tool. Was a transactional people. I told myself, no, thank God everything happened the way they happened. God has a reason for everything. And that's why I listened over a period of time. I told myself, I must be relevant. I must involve in politics to help my people, and that's why I joined them.
Okay.
So I
must say, St. Moses Iromoseli, you are actually an icon.
Thank you.
And I want to thank you for your objectivity.
Thank you.
We want to see this kind of breed, you know, who wouldn't be moved by dark sentiments to a point where they don't see progress in a government that is doing well. I want to say kudos to you.
Thank you very much.
Let's get your thoughts on that as we look at the issue of closing the gap on insecurity, you know, tackling insecurity. We know basically it's upon the subnational government to tackle it, as much as we also expect that the federal government, the national government, should also tackle it. Now, what do you see as a means, or what can be deployed, you know, within the short term by the state government? Or of course, you already showered encomium on the state government on its ability to tackle this aspect of court clashes. But what do you see as what the government should do in order to, you know, tighten the grip against insecurity?
Well, we are made to understand, just as the government claimed, the governor of Edo State claimed that the president is tackling insecurity, and my co-panelist here said that the Nigerian government collaborated with the United States of America in the bombing of Jabu village. And so I also want to acknowledge them to the state government to collaborate,
the government,
including him, he's part of them now, to collaborate with the federal government to ensure that there is security in Edo State. Because you know, one thing, only a quick one, the style of politics we play, that's why I don't believe that we are in a democracy. What I think we practice here in Nigeria is a civil rule. It's absolutely different from democracy. And that is why you see all of these praises, all of this. The degree of sycophancy I have seen now has never existed in any part of the world. That is what we see now. So when you see, like the saying goes, a dog will always go back to his vomit. So those decampees, defectors, as you call them, they are going back to their vomit. So they should continue to go. But I think that the proper thing to do is that there should be synergy. There should be this nexus between the federal, state, and local government to ensure that there is security in Nigeria, with particular reference to Edo State and the local governments and villages, particularly the rural areas, because these hoodlums, these terrorists, these criminals look for soft spots
targets
so that they can use. So we should ensure. That's why when the governor came up with the idea of grooming Edo security network, I remember I used this platform to make an admonition that the governor should send some of these boys to the interiors if really they've been groomed properly, so that we can ensure security there, so that our mommies and daddies can go to farm, and that will enable a viable economy. Food will cheap, there will be food security. But we're in a situation people cannot go to farm in the interiors. There will be insecurity everywhere, and so we keep telling the world that, oh, Nigeria economy is growing, but we cannot produce anything.
But don't let us go there. Don't let us go there, because if you want to go there, I don't know what you feel about the price of a bag of rice, for instance. Because that's basically a measure.
Do you want me to give
a staple here?
Do you want me to
use to see if a government is trying at all or not?
How much was a bag of rice before the government came to power?
Are you asking me?
How much was a bag of rice before the same government came to power? So why is it that when you talk of insecurity,
but how much is it now?
When you talk, why is it that when you talk of insecurity, give them rice? When you talk of hunger, give them rice. Is it only bag of rice that is the whole issue in this country? I don't think so. So we should not be using the price of bag of rice to measure whether the government is doing well or not. We shouldn't. What I think is that
power, for instance, we are already having drops in the national grid.
This is
and we are praying that we don't go into the new year in darkness.
This is the calamity of banding. They have banded you, they have banded me. So this is the calamity we are getting. The consequence of banding.
We pray for redemption.
Which redemption? When the president has left everyone of our abandoned us, and we just read on the news just now that the national grid has collapsed. Even in dry season, it's collapsing. In rainy season, what will happen to it? That is to tell you that we live in a banana island. But I pray, because we have made ourselves prayer warriors. Nigeria is the only country where we pray and pray and pray and pray. And I think God is tired of all these our prayers. God has given us head to use. We should use our head.
Well, quickly, as we wrap up on this, let's look at the issue of state policing, which some have said that, the peak that is getting to at the National Assembly as a result of the intervention of the president will all go well for state governments. I want you to round off on that, St. Moses.
Well, I want to thank the president for his resolve to push the arms of government to particularly the legislative arm of government to support state policing. It's absolutely necessary. Nigeria is about the only federation on earth where the state have no police or do not control police. I've lived in Germany for about a decade. Even cities control police, city police. In the United Kingdom, the cities control the police. In even United States, you see the mayor is in charge of the police. But in Nigeria, it's a federation like these countries. And yet, we do not have it. It's long overdue. So I celebrated the president. When I saw the president announce that, I said, this man really meant what he said.
But the fear again is if it wouldn't be misused.
Abused. Even the police as of today is being abused. So if you are doing the right thing and they're abusing it, over time it will evolve. It will resolve itself. Within itself to resolve. The problem will resolve. The problem of state policing or of the abuse of state policing is less than the problem we have when a policeman will come from Zamfara to Benin to become commissioner of police. He does not know Biaya. He does not know Ewu. He does not know Begu. And he's not the commissioner. What are you commissioning? We need a rooted man, a person who grew up here, who went from Ogbelaka, who can become commissioner of police in Edo State, so that he will not be told anything. He knows the criminals, he knows the hideout, and he knows the strategy.
Let's get your thoughts on that. At least you will give kudos, because at the time when, before this intervention, we've always spoken, I've seen you spoken in favor of state police. Am I wrong?
Yes.
So with this development, do you give kudos to the government?
We've not yet seen the state police. We've not seen. We only hear the president making a declaration.
So
I will not praise.
It starts with legislation.
I will. It's going to go through legislative process.
And
so I will not praise.
The president gave a nod to it.
It's strong.
They can choose. It can work. It may not work.
Oh.
So this is Nigeria, as
if it
people
works.
say. Let me tell you. Let me tell you, Mr. Philip. Let us not begin to praise. I am not a sycophant. I won't praise this man until I see the emergence or the birth of the state police and I see their functionality. It's not the one that tomorrow we'll begin to hear different stories. Just as he has pointed out, Germany, United States, those are developed world. Okay. We only make reference to those. They have a system. Here we don't have anything.
They're building one.
We don't have. We are not building anything. Show me the foundation. If you are building anything, show me the foundation. Convince me with the foundation. Let me tell you, Mr. Philip. Nigerians are listening to us. Nigerians are watching us. Nigerians are dead tired with the situation we have on hand, and I want to admonish the president, the governors, and the local government chairman to ensure that there is security of lives and properties in Nigeria. Then I will know that we are ready to go forward. But just now, El Dorado is far from us.
Are you concerned about the abuse of the state police?
That is that. But first, let us see its emergence. Okay. Let us see the birth of it.
So whether or not we are going to be a welcome development.
It will. It will.
When we get to the bridge, we will cross it. When it comes to the point where it's been, established.
Yes, but not mere declaration or proclamation.
Okay, well, it's the Yuletide, and we spend this little time to talk about, what the government should be doing. Basically, as we look at entering into the year 2026, some have said what should be the positives we expect in the year 2026. Well, the year started with gliss and glimmer of Happy New Year 2025. And again, in between, we had flip-flops, we had topsy-turvy situations. And of course, we just hope and believe that it's still going to end with gliss and glamour. What are your thoughts for 2026?
My thoughts for 2026 are positive. I'm a very positive person about the next year because we went through a very tough year in 2025.
Yeah.
A lot happened, and Nigerians have learned a lot. Nigerians have learned to adjust. Nigerians have learned to
adjust to what situation?
Adjust to difficult situations.
Oh,
yes. It was a bit difficult.
That would be a negative one.
No,
why don't you ameliorate the plight of Nigerians?
No, we are doing that in building. In building. Sometimes the building, if it could speak, it will tell you it's tired of.
But who are those really adjusting? Is it not just only the masses?
Everybody.
Those in power, are they adjusting?
Oh, they're adjusting too.
Really?
Oh, yes. You see what happened now that we are beginning to bomb terrorists. We declare terrorists in Nigeria.
What about the emoluments?
For 20 years.
What about the emoluments?
It will take time. I am a realist. It will take time. We are not where we need to be. We are far from it. But we have left where we were. We must recognize that reality. We are moving, and we must be encouraging one to another.
So you don't believe in those who say that maybe we take a step forward and 2 steps backward?
We are not taking a step backward.
So can you draw the analogy?
Maybe
how many steps are we taking forward?
Instead of 3 steps, we are taking 1 step.
Okay.
It's going forward.
We are never taking backward.
Okay. We just moved. Those who have not moved are those who decide to stay behind. Nigeria has moved. Some people will stay behind. When Germany moved in 1945, 1960, so from 1960, Germany started moving. Some people still in Germany today are still stuck in the history in East Germany. They say, no, we don't want to move. We are still there. They will be there in the East. But we are moving ahead. Nigeria is moving. We cannot produce oil. We cannot export oil.
I don't know what you feel about the tax laws. I don't know what you feel about the tax laws. And of course, what will be coming in January. Some are saying that this is like a tragic story.
We are going to
begin the year 2026.
No, it shows that the government is ready to tax Nigerians. How can you live in a country where you are not taxed? I pay my taxes. I've always paid taxes in the last 20 years. I pay heavy taxes in my businesses. Let every Nigerian that is doing business in the private account pay tax. It's not a crime. Pay tax, let government have more money to settle our debt and to do infrastructure. Government cannot print money when there's no corresponding value. The taxes will come, but the government should be sensitive about the taxes. It should be reasonable, but the taxes must come, should come for every Nigerian.
Okay, let's get your prospects or what you feel about 2026 on the bright side.
2026, individually, I see a way forward for individuals. But generally, and aside from government, I do not see anything coming. One, because 2026 is an electionary year. This men, even when we've not got into 2027, They abandoned governance. They begin to talk about 2027. And now 2026 is nearer to 2027. I don't see any form of governance. But what we will witness is a lot of jamboree and olabalu on elections. That is what we are going to see in 2026. So I want to admonish Nigerians to tighten their belt, because 2026 is not going to be a year where these men, those in government just now, will sit down and begin to think of how they will give Nigerians good governance, how they will make things to be easier, how they will ameliorate the situations or plight of Nigerians. I do not see that happening, as a matter of fact. But I think elections and elections will be all we are going to hear in 2026. Because already we saw a man yesterday boasting that I will be the one that will make a governor in Rivers State come 2027. And I'm going to start my campaign from first day of January 2026. What does that tell you? It tells you the mind of these politicians. It tells you that these politicians don't care about Nigerians. It tells you that the party in power just now, the All Progressive Congress, all that they desire is how the mandate of a particular man will come to fruition. But I think Nigerians should be ready to take over their country.
You said that we don't have a democracy, but rather a
civil rule.
You are a legal practitioner.
Yes.
A member of the judiciary.
Yes.
What do you see as the role of the judiciary in promoting democracy? Because it's one thing for us to have elections, it's another for us to, have litigations. What is the general overview of the judiciary in promoting democracy in Nigeria?
Democracy, what are the tenets of democracy? Equality before the law, due process of the law. I get me. Three main tenets of democracy. Equality before the law, due process of the law. The other one, I can't place my finger on it just now. And where there is equality before the law.
Are you talking about not being above the law?
In Nigeria, we have those who are above the law. In Nigeria. And I must tell you, as a matter of fact, it is more dreadful to subject the determination of who wins an election to the court than to the independent umpire called INEC. If INEC
is more dreadful
to allow the court to determine who wins an election, more dreadful. That's why, yes, that's why you come with counter. We have counter judgments here and there. We have conflicts of judgments here and there. So it is better if INEC does its job and ensure that the election as spelled out by the Electoral Act is carried out. My brother, there will be no need for even go to court to determine who won or who did not win. But here we are again. If we allow, because what we have on the ground now is a fighter ground for electoral malpractice, and where the courts will be ambushed.
All right, big
because
thanks.
The courts in this situation may be handicapped.
Big thanks, Emmanuel Obakwala. Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this. And of course, St. Moses Romeseli. Kudos for taking our time to be part of this. We'll now join Joseph Kadiri of our Abuja Network Center for a conversation from that end. Over to you, Joseph.
At Abuja level, at the preparation for the 2026 area council polls in Abuja. Abuja has its area councils, and it is different from what we have in other states. Most time at the end of the election, that one party
that voter apathy in FC used to have stopped in 23. When one indigenous body come out, we want them as sister. Going forward, if they are the residents of FCT, we also demand for such good governance again, and that they will get it. They will get it from we as the Zenith Labour Party. I want to assure you that.
Yeah, but on the area of voter sensitization, INEC, has some resources to do that and is also empowered by the Constitution to do that. How will you score them? You say they are trying their best because you have about 2,800 polling units and they're supposed to go around and sensitize the people. Besides the fact that political parties are also going out to campaign, INEC has the responsibility to even do more in telling them to come out and cast their vote peacefully and go back. Would you say the commission is doing well?
Well, the commission we have known, they have their setbacks, but in terms of voter education, not seeing INEC in sensitizing voters come out. Because, the voting population in FCT is very, very ripe for habit. And we the parties are most of this marketing, if you allow me to use that language, and most of these politicians and lobbying, letting them know the reason why they should participate in elections. So I want to score INEC over 100. I'll score INEC 40 over 100 for really not doing much in sensitizing the public on voting. But I want political parties have come out and a lot of graduation and in our Comrade Swani Kuba, Honorable Swani Kuba, who by the grace of God will be sworn in as the next chairman. We are doing our best. We are doing our best in terms of voter access that we need to understand. Because this is affect us directly in us.
Okay. An area that we must the fact that the menace of vote buying is really pulling people behind. There are some people who have the knowledge of administration, but because of the money politics involved, they are not known. And you also have Cuban. If you have the APC is still there, and then in other area council incumbent or then bring candidate or supporting a candidate, you just oppose it with someone who has resources to use. What is the possibility of having this is what many people describe as leadership recruitment. So what is the possibility of recruiting the best of the leaders that have presented themselves?
Mr. Kadiri, I think you have rightly pointed out something that is also affecting our party, the Zenith Labour Party. Myself and Honorable Swani Buba, we have had very wonderful private sector experiences and all that. We have not really those money back politicians and all that, but when you sit down to listen to our visions, our dreams and our manifesto, it's enough for you to know that we are going to give desirable governance and expected governance. But again, what is staying out, even now in campaigns, we have campaign, persons from APC and they're all whatnot, they don't even talk much. When they go there, it's all about money back politics and all that, So, but then, what we are saying is this. Nigerians are beginning to know that, if eventually we even collect this 20,000 naira, 30,000 naira at the polling unit, then it means that you have sold your right and your vote for the next 4 years, because area council elections in FCT is for 4 years. It means that you have sold your rights for 4 years. So the people are beginning to look carefully on candidates who are presenting themselves for these area council elections. They are beginning to scrutinize and be looking at whoever is coming out to campaign for these elections. Don't forget that if you are found wanting collecting this money from politicians, then the next 4 years you cannot go to area 10, which which houses the headquarters of Abuja Municipal Area Council, to demand for your rights. And if you don't listen to manifestos from politicians to know who is sincere about the implementations of these manifestos, then we'll keep getting it right. So what I want to Nigerians, yes, they may have made everybody go hungry. You know, they may have made things to become very difficult. They may have made everybody things to become very difficult. But then we also need to know that things must begin to work out. The area council elections, local government elections are supposed to be called nurseries of democracy, where you build up young men up to so that they can participate in state and federal government and federal elections. You know, so we need to get these things right from the local government if we are going to get this right. And I'm sure that in February 21st, 20.
Okay, you know how it is with technology. While the discussion is on, it's no longer connecting. I don't know if Honorable is back. Honorable Nonso, are you back?
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, so you can continue.
Yeah. So, like what we have asked, about the money back politics and every other thing, I want to say that AMAC will not really hope on politicians who are going to be money back, because this money back politics is what has actually kept us where we are, where politicians go about sharing money instead of reading their manifesto. For God's sake, there have been failure of responsibilities in FCT. If you go around FCT, you witness double taxations everywhere. If you go around FCT, you see that criminal one chance. Popular one chance emanated from FCT. There's the high insecurity in FCT. So everybody at this point, are you with me, Mr. Kadiri?
I'm hearing you clearly.
Yeah, anybody who is going to play politics of collecting money for this politician is cross purpose. Because at the end of the day, we all live here to witness. You and I were witnesses to a highland that started 3 months ago at Mabushi Bridge. But the soul of the 4 families involved rest in perfect peace. That was the of this. I'm facing this highlander trying to collect one tax and they drag the steering with this driver, and that's very something. And that is the kind of FCT we see. AMAC, for God's sake, is the administrative capital of Abuja. So why should we be witnessing this kind of crude administration in AMAC? So all these things are what we go out to tell the people. Yes, we know that there is hunger in the land, but if these monies come, collect it. It's actually your money. It's actually your money, and you need to collect it, but you need to follow your conscience and good for good governance.
Okay, there's something peculiar with the FCT, which is to say that the FCTA takes up most of the developmental projects, the road, the schools, the water, hospitals, because, for example, the AMAC, which is supposed to be one of the biggest area councils in Abuja, there is so much resources, but you try to find out where they spend this money on. The FCT minister practically takes up all the bills, all the projects, and is also applicable to the 5 other area councils. And their money goes to their coffers directly from the FCT. So, I mean, if at the end of the election, can we have a change, begin to see the area council venture into putting smiles on the faces of citizens in terms of dividend of democracy?
Yes, Mr. Kadri, FCT, are you with me?
Yes, go on.
FCT is designed in such a way that the minister does a lot of it, but that's not to say that there is no responsibility for
but the responsibilities are not visible.
No, the responsibilities are not visible, but we have governments that are not fit. We have local government chairmen that are not fit for the job. Why do I say this? March as the next chairman of AMAN. We are going to grant basic education from primary to secondary. Honorable Mr. All witnesses to a sitting vice president going to give 30,000 naira to market women in Nyanya for trader money. Why should a vice president of that kind of empowerment?
That was long time ago in this administration.
That's what I'm telling you. See the same party of the one coin of different sides. You know, we in our manifesto and our shadow government, the way we are programmed to run our we are not going to spend them, we are not going to give them.
Okay, Honorable, I must thank you so much for your time. Our time has, we have used it, and we just hope to have you some other time. It is now the time for our network studio in Lagos to continue with the program this morning on ITV. Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalil. God bless you.
So we'll now move to Lagos for continuation of the program.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thanks for staying with us. And of course, if you just tuned in, this is the continuation of your ultimate news and current affairs program, TMI, reaching you live from our Lagos Network Center on the ITV network. I am Joshua Okata. And as always, I have my co-anchor, Patricia Gabriel. Pat?
Hi, Joshua, and thank you for staying tuned on TMI.
All right, this morning from Lagos Network Center, we'll be looking at maternal health care with regards to improving infrastructure within the healthcare seat and personnel. And of course, to have this conversation with us this morning, joined by Justice John, who is here to share his experience with us concerning the demise of his wife, Akudo, who in a hospital recently under very, disturbing and questionable circumstances. He's here to share with us his love and, of course, loss and advocacy when it comes to maternal health care. Not only will his experience that he will be sharing with us, make us feel so much loved, and of course, the memories that she would leave behind, but of course, he would be sharing the sad realities of our healthcare system with regard to maternal health care. Good morning, Justice. So much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for coming.
All right, let's get to meet with you. What was the experience like given the demise of your late wife?
The pain, or the most painful experience, because each time I have to talk about this, it's a whole lot to deal with. So it all started when my wife was registered for antenatal care at Guyana Specialist Hospital, Lagos. So we registered at about 13 weeks of the pregnancy, and my wife was religiously attending all the sessions. She didn't miss any session. She had all her scans done, the examinations were good, the tests were done, everything was good. In fact, she even had confirmatory tests from outside facilities just to be sure that the records and the results were okay, and everything was fine. Most of the visits, I also accompanied her to them, and there was a particular visit during the 3rd trimester of my wife's pregnancy. The consulting doctor, Dr. Joseph Aliyu Yahaya, my wife asked what the size of our baby was. She was excited about the pregnancy, wanted to know Doctor looked at my wife, had this scan, and then said that the baby was big. And this was concerning for us, because my wife had a very slim skin, and I particularly the doctor that this baby will be important. What do you think? Can't we have a CS That's a safer way because of the size. I'm particular about the size and then the safety of my child and my wife as well. And the doctor dismissed concerns and said that he wasn't would not deliver with CS, that she was okay, that she would go ahead with SVD, which is the natural means of delivery. I mean, as he is the consultant, he had the experience and everything, so with his, and we continued. All we're required to do, make the payments, which we did on time, attend the visits, and then do whatever, make ourselves available for all of those processes and procedures, which we did. You know, on 1st of December 2025, I returned from work, and my wife complained of mild contractions. Immediately we reached out to the hospital, Gynecological Specialist Hospital in Lagos, and we informed them that we're coming in the next day because of the symptoms that my wife was presenting.
Cut it short. Was she already
in labor? Just early for the early contractions. This was although at this time she was already, the EDD was on the 30th of November. And this was on the 1st of December. So we were already told that because she's the first time mother, so she's not expected, maybe the baby would not come on that day.
the exact date?
It could be days after.
Days before,
so
yes.
when she mentioned that she was having mild contractions, we just said, okay, let's get it. So we went, it was very okay. We went to the hospital on Tuesday, the 2nd of December. And she wasn't in labor at the time. Labor started on Wednesday, the following day. We got to the hospital this day, met with the medical officer, Gwebuka. He did an exam on my, and told my wife was 2 centimeters dilated at the time. And for that reason, my wife was going to be admitted. So he even asked me to go get the pregnancy kit. And I told him that I came prepared. We have everything in the part because, I mean, we have been planning for this. We've been attending antenatal, so we know everything to be done. So we came prepared. So to ask how you're doing and you're fine. My wife was comfortable with this man. The entire period, it was the same man who did all the ultrasound, my wife, advice and review for confirmation tests.
Okay, Justice. We're so sorry about your wife's death. I understand how you feel at this moment, recalling the memories. But at what point did the complications started? Because there must have been complication that led to the...
Absolutely. So entire period, I was present with my wife. I made a commitment to my wife that this pregnancy journey the room to go see a patient who was coming for antenatal visits just to do ultrascan. And my wife was in a dire situation. Now, the MO was the suturing therapy on complaining. In the our complaints were this was taking too long. And it is too painful. So she was complaining of pain and the duration of the procedure. I was just encouraging her because, I mean, we're already there. I wanted and I felt in my mind that the hardest part would be to deliver the baby. baby had already come out. Let's just clean up these things, close up, and then we'll just be fine. I'll be happy. I was happy that my wife had made me a father. So when the MO finished the suturing, after a long time, throughout the suturing, the consultant was missing. He did not come. When he came back, the MO had finished the suturing.
How long was that?
Was over an hour. Was over an hour. When the consultant returned to the room, he didn't even examine what had been done by his junior colleague. He just gave instruction for my wife to be moved to the ward. And that was how they wheeled my wife back to the ward. I stayed back a few minutes to be sure that the baby was fine, and then I accompanied the nurse who was carrying my baby back to my wife's ward. On getting to my wife's ward, my wife complained that she was feeling this dripping sensation inside of her. Immediately we called the attention of the MO, the man who had done the suturing. And the man came, he looked at my wife and said that my wife was not bleeding, that my wife was having pile. I was confused. How did we get to pile? I was unsatisfied with that response. Immediately I escalated to the consultant. When the consultant came, he recanted what was said by the MO and said no, that this is not pile, that my wife's vulva was unusually swollen and that the suturing was too tight. These were his comments. Remember, he was not there. He wasn't the person who did the suturing. If he was there, or he would have been able to manage it better. So at this point, my wife was moved back to the labor ward, and she was resutured by the consultant this time around. When at the end of this second procedure on my wife, she returned to the ward, and she was looking pale, she was looking weak,
tired.
She was looking drowsy, she was asleep and unconscious for hours. We just kept hoping that she would be fine. We're asking questions. The consultant kept saying that her pulse was okay, the BP was okay, and that she will be fine. But all this period, she was still bleeding.
Let me come in there. Was there a standby oxygen by her side? Because, I mean, complications had arisen at this time. Were they things to, you know, help if there's...
more like an intensive
you know, for emergency, if there was going to be an emergency?
Unfortunately, and quite sadly, I did not see any oxygen.
Did you ask? Did you ask?
I asked for oxygen, and that was when I asked, was when the consultant instructed the nurses to go fetch oxygen, and it took them minutes. But I'll come to that.
Yes.
So, but in the ward, in the first room where my wife was, room 1 on the first floor, there was no oxygen there. In the second, when they finished the procedure and moved her to the 3rd floor, suite 4 on the 3rd floor, there was also no oxygen. In that, it was during the crisis that they went to get the oxygen. So after the second procedure, my wife was still bleeding. My wife, Lady Sept, that has about 10 sticks in a pack. She had used roughly 6 packs. She was bleeding. In fact, she was bleeding to the point that if you turn her, there was a time they attempted to move my wife, and the blood splashed on the wall of the room where she was. That was how much she was bleeding. The doctor, the consultant, confirmed to me that my wife was having internal bleeding. And I asked him, can't you transfer? Can't you move my wife to a higher facility? Or at least call somebody, an expert, that will look at it. He kept dismissing and saying that there was
How did we get to internal bleeding?
That's the point. My wife came to the hospital hale and hearty. There was nothing, there was no underlying illness. Nothing was wrong with my wife until the whole childbirth started, until labor started. Because this bleeding started, the first complaint that my wife made was after the episciography done by the MO. the medical officer on duty. That was when my wife complained. Before then, there was no incident of bleeding. Even though episiotomy happened, and that was the beginning. So the episiotomy happened, and it was in the course of the repair or attempted repair or failure to repair that led to the bleeding. So the second time the consultant looked at it, he still couldn't identify, he still couldn't fix it. So that was when my wife continued to bleed. The bleeding continued, and the man admitted to me that my wife was having internal bleeding. You didn't do, my wife was having internal bleeding. I'd asked you to transfer, to refer her to a higher facility. You refused and insisted that you were going to manage her. You refused to do that. You did not call an expert to come and look at it. You didn't even carry out examination or re-examination or even imaging to see where this bleeding was, the source of the bleeding. What they did was they started transfusing blood purposelessly without first identifying the cause. I mean, you needed to have identified the cause to be able to cure it. You can't be putting in blood when the blood was still going out. So it was just a cycle. And between the time my baby came and when my wife finally lost her life, we had at least 15 hours window. 15 hours. The baby arrived at about 11:44 a.m. on Wednesday. My wife passed, by my own recollection, at about 3 a.m. on Thursday. Between that time, 15 hours, and for this whole period, I was either when she was bleeding, when she complained the first time, and when they moved her to the ward, the bleeding was constant.
Okay, it's a sad memory, truly. But did she die in her ward, or she was rushed back to the theater, you know, at least to make some amends or corrections?
So after the second procedure, when she was still bleeding, the crisis started off at about 2 a.m. At this time, they were already transfusing blood into her, but she was still bleeding. So at about 2 a.m., she suddenly woke up, and she said she was feeling uncomfortable. That's why is she uncomfortable? Baby, why am I uncomfortable? I'm uncomfortable. What's going on? Why am I uncomfortable? These were her last words. And then she started convulsing. This time when she was convulsing, I then started calling out, calling for help. The doctors and nurses had their offices on the ground floor. My wife was on the third floor. So it takes minutes before the doctors and the nurses will attend to somebody in that kind of state. There was no one-on-one monitoring, no nurse was stationed to look after my wife. It was just me and my wife's friends that came. So we're just the ones. So if you notice, we'll start calling. At times you call them on the intercom, they will not respond. And I am sure that the day my wife was delivered in that hospital, Gynecoscope, it was only my wife that was on admission. So I'd expected that there would be more focus on her, given the fact that she was the only patient. This is somebody who had done antenatal with you, and she had been admitted for childbirth. She was having complications as a result of the procedure. I'd expected more attention, more care, more focus. But that wasn't what we saw. The doctors were on the ground floor. The nurses were on the ground floor. It was just us. So when this crisis started, I started calling. It took minutes before they even came upstairs. When they came, I asked the doctor, where is your oxygen? That was when the doctor now sent the nurses to go fetch oxygen. They started running around. Few minutes later, I saw them bringing cylinder. You know, and what the doctor was doing at the time was, he was attempting manual CPR. And I kept saying, doctor, why didn't you move my wife? You could have moved her. Doctor said, no, you can't move her. That my wife was okay. My wife was stable. I said, okay, what about now? Can we still attempt to move her out? He said, no, that you can't move her out. That no facility would receive my wife because she had no pulse. That was what he said. That without pulse, that no facility will receive. The next, he said, okay, that we can actually, let us move her out. Let's attempt. So at this point of moving my wife out, I was hoping that with all of what has happened, everybody would understand the emergency and the urgency of the case. They called for a stretcher, they brought a stretcher, a rickety stretcher for that matter. The stretcher had no sidebars, neither did it have strap. My wife was placed on the stretcher, and in the attempt to wheel her out of the floor, on the walkway of the 3rd floor, my wife fell.
Oh no! Wow!
My wife fell off the stretcher to the 3rd floor. The hospital has CCTV surveillance.
Do you also have footages of it?
No, unfortunately, I don't have footage because I couldn't have. That was not what
was in your mind. Yeah.
But I am sure the hospital has CCTV cameras on the common areas. The 3rd floor walkway is a common area. I've asked the hospital, I've challenged them to provide it. If you don't even want to give to me, put it out in the public. I've asked them to. We have even written them letter and they denied, they refused to, they declined to release the footage. But at the appropriate time, all of this will be addressed. So my wife fell off the stretcher on that 3rd floor, the walkway. I had to rush down to the place to help bring her up. The nurses and the doctors, they didn't even know whether to use the elevator. They didn't even know whether to use the stairs. And they had the regular stairs, not like they had the stairs where you can roll people on stretcher. Eventually, they decided to use the elevator. I had to, bend the legs of my wife so that she can be comfortable enough in that elevator. We got downstairs. I was hoping that with all of what happened upstairs, the ambulance should be ready and stationed. Unfortunately, the ambulance was not even ready to move. It was still parked along very close to the gate, and spent a lot of time before they moved my wife. Finally, when we got to Lagos Island Maternity, which I led them, they had no referral arrangements. I led them to the hospital. That was where my wife was brought in there.
All right, because we're pressed for time. The story you painted is quite really horrifying, I must tell you. But of course, we will still have time to call you back to give us more details as regards what steps you intend to take further. Really sorry about the events that really occurred.
Not just what step you intend to take further, and what's your advice for the government on the healthcare sector?
Well, my advice to the government would be that I think government is losing sight on their regulatory and supervisory functions. So maybe this can be a rallying point for governments across board, particularly Lagos State.
Okay.
And I say this because between when this incident happened, my legal counsel have written government authorities and agencies. As I speak to you, we have written to the Commissioner for Health, we have written to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, we have written to the Permanent Secretary, Health Service Commission, we have written to the Permanent Secretary, Health Facility Monitoring and
any response? Any response from any of these quarters?
As we speak.
All right.
No formal response as we speak.
All right. So we'll do our best to have them at least have a day to react to these issues. Thank you so much, Justice John, for giving us your experience as regards the late wife of yours. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Good morning and welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Chukufumnanya Digwe, and here's what's making waves across the social media space. Now, we begin with a sad story that has taken the social media space by storm, as former heavyweight boxing champion Anthony Joshua survived a serious road accident on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway near Shagamu on Monday. Now, Joshua was a passenger in an SUV that collided with a stationary truck, leaving him with minor injuries, while his personal trainer, Kevin Abdul Latif Lats Ayodele, and strength coach, Shina Gami, were confirmed dead. Nigeria road safety officials said the crash is under investigations. with preliminary findings pointing to speeding and overtaking maneuver, as well as concerns over improperly packed heavy vehicles. Joshua was treated at a hospital and is reported to be stable as tributes and condolences continue to pour in. Now, this is a very, very sad story. It's been making rounds across the social media space with a lot of people talking about it, a lot of people saying and also critiquing the way he was brought out of the vehicle, calling for better scrutiny when it comes to emergency response in the country. Now let's get to see this video of Anthony Joshua being dragged or pulled out of the rubbles, and then we'll talk more about it. We'll take reactions as well. Well, that is a short snippet of Anthony Joshua being pulled out of the accident rubble. It's been making waves across the social media space. Now, let's see how the social media space is reacting. We'll take the first one, which happens to be the statement of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as regards it. He says, AJ, I extend my deep sympathies to you following the tragic accident on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, which claimed 2 precious lives and caused you injuries. This immense tragedy casts a deep shadow on the season. I sympathize with you and your family as well as you bear the emotional weight of this unfortunate incident. As a sportsman, you have always shown courage, discipline, and unwavering love for your country. These are qualities that have made you a source of national pride. In moments like this, we must encourage one another as brothers and sisters with a shared destiny. I pray for strength, wisdom, and grace for you during this painful period. May God grant you speedy recovery and repose to the souls of the departed. That is the statement of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as regards the crash of Anthony Joshua and, of course, his coach. Let's take other comments. Mr. P Square says, this accident has shattered me completely. Lats and Shina, I can't believe you're gone. Why? To my brother Anthony Joshua, my heart breaks for you. Lats and Shino will forever live in our memories and in the love they left behind. Even in the middle of this storm, we are grateful to God for sparing your life. May He comfort you, guide you, and help you carry their legacy with pride and strength. You are in our thoughts and prayers. Stay strong, brother. That's another comment. Let's take one more comment before we move on to the next story. This comment by Masterpiece says, nothing embarrassing here. Let's remove sentiments aside. The incident happened and the policemen who were escorting him rushed him to the hospital immediately. Now that's a different perspective from what we've been having. Let's take the second story on the social media space that's actually trending right now. As President Tinubu attends Eyo Festival wearing a luxury timepiece. Now the president made a public appearance at the festival wearing a rose gold Patek Philippe Nautilus, a luxury wristwatch reportedly valued at $270,000. The sighting drew attention on social media, with observers noting the rare timepiece during the culturally significant Lagos Festival. Yes, of course, you know, this display of luxury has the social media space reacting. The president's wearing a watch that is worth about $270,000. Let's see what people are saying now. Well, the first reaction goes along to say the conversation is not about whether Tinubu can afford the watch. He has always been a wealthy man. The issue is timing. optics and leadership in a country where people are choosing between food and transport, when citizens are tightening belts because of fuel subsidy removal, inflation and tax pressure. A 270K luxury watch at a cultural event doesn't read as tradition. It reads as emotional disconnect. Let's take the final comment on that story. This commenter says someone who donated 1 billion to Lasso before he became president. He donates to states in 100 million, 200 million. This is not news. He never projected himself as a poor man before. He was very rich before he joined politics. Now, those are the comments. Let's quickly rush through the final story because we're pressed for time. Now, this one is as explosion hits General Hospital in Kebbi State. Although no casualties were recorded, it's still something that the Kebbi State Police Command has confirmed and stated that security operatives have secured the facility and investigations were ongoing to determine the cause of the explosion and assess any damage to hospital infrastructure. This is something that is also pressing as regards the security architecture of the country. Let's see what people are saying. Now, for the first reaction, it says, this is chilling. An explosion at a hospital is every citizen's nightmare. Thank God no casualties were recorded, but this raises serious questions about security at public institutions. Authorities need to investigate thoroughly and ensure our hospitals are safe. This could have been a disaster. Let's take the final comment before we do wrap up the TMI Socials segment. This one says, no casualties is a relief, but an explosion in a hospital is deeply alarming. Yes, it seems the comments have a recurrent theme. No casualties, very good, but it's still alarming that this could happen at a hospital. Now, here's where I draw the curtain on TMI Socials today. Thank you so much for joining in. I am Chukufum Nanya Digwe. We'll now rejoin the TMI crew for the finalization of the program. We'll take a break now.
Less than 48 hours to the new year 2026. I only urge you to remain law-abiding, and if you see crime, report it and stay away from violence, from trouble. And if you must drink, please don't drive. And if you must drive, stay off drinking. I am Philip Omo Gupmo. See you in the next one. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contacting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, which we call Team Europe, I think is the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many, many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So voilà, we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody, including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course, any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. You know, the European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, you know, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think very wisely, decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans. We don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders. not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan. Hunger is there in Hamas, there's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not. Okay. And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá sọ́kè abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè àtọ́jú abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima Dion Bona zima Dion Obala zima Dion Malawe Mari Esama Dion na Nimado Pom Esama Nimado Beken Esama Emma Dio Warena Esama Magbekene Osaba Obuyo Bitone Aba no get Tony Maga no diami Magame Manido Bekene Dena Ima Yafe Ima Ato Ima Agmo Arokpa Egudori Ima Adia Wogene all the Diagmo Yano Emi Magame we need just to know me afar
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay homage to him, for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ogbedio Nwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
pass good for pay.
Hello there, thank you for joining us on this special interview series on independent television. And I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. Our guest today on the program is the Ambassador of the European Union to Nigeria and ECOWAS. As a matter of fact, the Ambassador of the European Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, His Excellency Ambassador Gauthier Mignon. Thank you for obliging us your time.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation, sir.
Okay, how would you describe your presence in Benin so far? Is this your first time in Benin City?
Actually, it's my second time, but I came in a private visit the first time because I hadn't presented my credentials yet to Mr. President, so I could not engage officially by the time. So this time it's the first official visit. And I came really with an intention to see how, to review the cooperation we are having with Edo State and to try to see how we can scale it up. But I took the opportunity to visit yesterday to participate to a private preview of the Museum of West African Arts here in Edo State, which is a project I already saw last year when I came first to Benin City.
Also, so how would you describe the level of partnership between the European Union and, of course, Nigeria, and particularly Edo State?
Well, with Nigeria, the European Union, together with its member states and its development banks, what we call Team Europe. I think the first partner, is Nigeria's first partner in many areas, in trade and investment in particular, and also in cooperation in many areas. And we have 730 million euros in grants for bilateral cooperation with Nigeria between 2041 and 2027, plus also sizable amounts of loans, subsidized loans. And with Edo State, we've had good cooperation in several areas. I'm thinking in particular of support to migration governance and support to stranded migrants returning to Nigeria, and many of them are from Edo State. And in the last few years, we supported more than 23,000 people to come back and reintegrate into their communities nationally, and many of them in Edo State, just to name an example. So we think we can do more in other areas. We're also working in digital economy, in renewable energy, and also in projects for communities. But I always come with states so important like Edo State with an idea of how to try to improve and strengthen what we are doing already.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, particularly through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program.
All right. What is the policy thrust of the European Union in terms of opportunities for young people as it relates to education?
Well, for us, education is key, and young people are a cross-cutting priority in a country like Nigeria. So in all our projects, we integrate a dimension for young people and also for women. And in particular, as far as young people are concerned, we are funding a big national project called Nigeria Jubilee Fellowship Program. It's about helping young graduates to integrate into labor markets by funding a 12-month scholarship for having internships in medium and small size enterprises or public service to get a first professional experience. And this is something that we are now scaling up with the federal government. And we are also offering possibilities of studies in Europe, in particular through the Erasmus program. We have more than 100 Nigerians going every year to Europe to study a master in the framework of the Erasmus program in particular.
Fantastic. If you just join us, we have with us the ambassador of the European Commission delegation to Nigeria and Africa, who is in Edo State currently on a private visit, engaging him on a wide range of issues, looking at the partnership between the Commission and Nigeria, and particularly Edo State. Ambassador Migno, let me quickly take you on a trending issue in Nigeria right now, which has to do with violence, extremism, and the talk around genocide against Christians is gaining momentum across the world, particularly in the US and several other places. What's the Commission's perspectives on this issue, and what is the intention in terms of helping Nigeria to deal with banditry, Boko Haram, and all other, extremism that we're seeing playing up in the country right now?
I think it's important not to exaggerate or oversimplify situations which are very complex in Nigeria in terms of violence and insecurity. Of course, it's a big concern for everybody. including for us. We are very much committed with freedom of religion and belief in particular, and of course any attack against communities or individuals because of their religion must be condemned, unacceptable. But at the same time, we stand in solidarity with Nigeria, with the victims of the attacks, of course, and with the overwhelming majority of Nigerians who are willing to coexist peacefully beyond ethnic or religious differences. And so we stand in solidarity with Nigeria to fight the many drivers of violence and insecurity. And religion is only one of them. And we've been supporting Nigeria for many years through many projects of peace building, of de-radicalization, demobilization of former members of non-state armed groups, for instance. And we are ready to do more. You know, the European Union some 12 years ago received the Nobel Prize for Peace. And so we always feel the necessity to be up to this great distinction that we received, to work on peace building, to work also and strengthen our relationship on security and defense with Nigeria, but in a spirit of partnership and of respect for Nigeria's sovereignty.
Fantastic. You're here specifically because of the Museum of West African Arts, MOA, which of course was launched just a few days ago. But what's your take on the current issues surrounding the Museum of West African Arts, particularly against the background of some of the things that happened there, you know, during the inauguration of the center? You were there.
I was there. It was not an inauguration of the museum, actually. Okay. It was just a private preview, because the organizer, I think, very wisely decided, as there were some criticisms, to postpone the formal inauguration of the museum. They announced this already a few days ago. And so yesterday was just a private preview for partners, friends, diplomats like myself and other European ambassadors. The EU has no direct involvement in this project. We are not funding this project. We might do it in the future because we want to partner more with museums and cultural institutions in West Africa and Nigeria, but we have no direct involvement so far. So I came here really to see the advancement of this very wonderful project I discovered last year when I came first, which is a great opportunity for Edo State, for Nigeria, and for West Africa. It's a West African museum. It's not about only Benin or Edo State or Nigeria even. It's West African. And I must say that the experience that we had yesterday was quite unpleasant and deplorable, because this private event on a private property was disrupted by so-called protesters who came in, allowed by the police, because there was security all around, but they left them in. And they disrupted the whole event. So it's exactly how you scale off. You scale off investors and development partners coming in good faith, to partner with your community. And Germany, for instance, has invested 8.5 million euros in this project. If now they see that this project cannot operate normally, I mean, the conclusions will be quite clear, not only for Germany, but for all European stakeholders.
Fantastic. Let's look at a general issue that relates to the involvement of the Western world in Africa in terms of development, in terms of partnership, in terms of insecurity. Talking about partnership, we're seeing the European Union, for example, always disposed to giving loans to African countries, Nigeria inclusive. The perspective of these loans being a trap for developing countries, underdeveloped countries. What are your thoughts? What's the Commission perspectives on this?
Well, this is a trap where we felt collectively, the lenders and our African partners 30 years ago, and we had at the time to pardon part of this debt, to do a whole work to get out of this situation. So now, through, in particular, our new cooperation strategy, which is called the Global Gateway Strategy, we are very attentive not to fall again into this trap. So we limit the level of indebtedness of partner countries. We give subsidized loans we don't want to fall again into this trap. And what we are seeing with concern is that African countries, some of them, are falling again into this situation with other lenders, not the European Union, because we've learned from our first experience. So this is why now we work very much with financial instruments, blending loans with grants, for instance, subsidized loans which create revenues for the country, so making sure that they can be reimbursed. So it's really a point we are very attentive to.
On a global scale, we've seen the disappearance of peace, so to speak, at the global level. I mean, the Hamas-Israeli crisis there's a ceasefire, there's some sort of agreement, but we're still seeing some measure of violence. We saw recently the RSF activities in Sudan, particularly in Al-Fasher. That crisis is still going on. And these activities or events that are unfolding globally that undermines peace globally, what's your perspective of the fact that it's like the world is hamstrung in terms of dealing with these issues, nipping them at the bud before it blossoms, it flourishes, snowballs into huge crisis like you're seeing now in Sudan? Hunger is there in Hamas. There's starvation, there's poverty, and all of these issues happening. Why is it so difficult for the world leaders to have a consensus in terms of how they can collectively respond to these issues?
Because we have collective rules in the United Nations Charter, international law. And what we have seen over the last 10 years or so is that very important players have not respected these rules. You know? Take the case of Russia in particular.
Yeah, Russia and Ukraine.
The Russian invasion to Ukraine, which started in fact in 2014, then it became full scale in 2022. Then we, each from a permanent member of the Security Council, a country which is supposed to be a guarantor of these rules, then it shows that everybody can do anything and violates international law without punishment. And so this is why it's so important, and this is why the European Union insisted so much that all countries in the world had to condemn the Russian invasion to Ukraine. And most countries, including Nigeria, have done that. But others, including large democracies, have not done so.
When you say large democracy, are you talking about the US?
The US has done so, but others have not.
Okay.
And then, other crises also popped up. And then when the law starts to be broken here and there, it just becomes contagious.
Ambassador Gotna Migno, thank you so much for your time. Truly appreciate this conversation.
Pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I've been talking with Ambassador Mignot, who is the head of the European delegation to Nigeria and Africa, is currently in Edo State on a visit, and we've been engaging him on a wide range of issues. Thank you for staying with us, and have a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
TV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, court ex-AGF in Kuje prison led monitoring. Governor Zulum presents 2026 appropriation bill of 890.3 billion naira budget to State Assembly. And all workers set a state third-month salary. Obaseki Council condemns attack, backs legal action against perpetrators. Lagos and Ogun government set up comprehensive medical team for Anthony Joshua. Season greetings, Nigeria, and welcome to the Network News on Independent Television, reaching you live from capital. I am Joyce Ikogu. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasho from our Benin Network Center. Compliments of the season, Wilson. Have you written any New Year resolutions yet?
Well, Joyce, good evening to you. Compliment of the season. Well, I do not believe in New Year resolution. I just make up my mind on what I want to do, resolving this and that. Not my forte.
Awesome. And also joining from our Lagos Network Center in Messalina Unkwo. Hi, Messalina. How is Lagos today?
Lagos is good. Good evening to you. Compliments of the season.
Many thanks. Now let's get to the business of the night. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday said the implementation of the new tax laws, including those enacted on June 26, 2025, and the remaining acts scheduled to commence on January 1, 2026, will take effect as planned. In a statement he personally signed, he said the reforms on generation opportunities will build a fair, competitive, and robust fiscal foundation for the country. The new laws are not increases, but to support a structural reset, modernization, and prosperity while strengthening the social contract. All stakeholders to support the implementation phase, which he said is now firmly in the delivery stage, and no substantial issues has been identified that warrant a disruption of the process. Nigerians that the government would continue to act in overriding public interest to ensure a tax system that promotes prosperity and shared responsibility. In other news, Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court has ordered that the former Attorney General of the Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, be remanded at Kuje in Abuja pending the ruling on his bail. The judge gave the order Malami and his defendants pleaded not guilty to the 16-count charge prepared against them. Judiciary correspondent Joseph Kadri reports that the ruling on the bail application is fixed for January 2nd.
At the arraignment of the former Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, he pleaded not guilty to the 16-count charge bordering on alleged money laundering to the tune of 12 billion naira brought against him by the EFCC. His co-defendant pleaded not guilty before Justice Emeka conclude Malami's son Abdulaziz Mami, an employee of Nia Parties Limited, Hajia Asabe Bashir, who have conspiracy and concealment of proceeds on office. The EFCC Jibril Okutek by SAN alleges that the funds were used to purchase luxury properties in Abuja, Kebbi, Kano, and other locations. After the plea, Malami's counsel, Joseph Daudu, SAN, made an oral bail application which was rejected by the court. Justice Nwite ruled that granting the request would amount to ambushing the EFCC, as a written bail application had already been filed and served. holds that the EFCC must be given the opportunity to respond in line with fair hearing principles. Therefore, ordered that Malami be remanded at Kuje Correctional Center. Counsel to Malami briefed journalists after the proceedings.
Of course, we are pleased with the outcome of the ruling. As we all know, bail is entirely at the discretion of the court, and the court, in its wisdom, feels strongly that in the circumstance, the prosecution should respond. Why not? We are pleased with it.
After pleading not to the 16 count by the EFCC, Malami will remain in Kuje prison pending determination which is fixed for 2nd of January 2026. From the Federal High Court here in Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
On the Borno State Governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, says the security of lives and property will remain a top priority of his administration in 2026, with increased investment in logistics, infrastructure, and other critical sectors. Governor Zulum stated this while presenting the 90.3 billion naira 2026 budget growth to the Borno State House of Assembly in Maiduguri, the state capital. Abigail Aderemi brings us this report.
Says the strategic pillars of security.
We sincerely apologize for that breaking transmission occasion to some technical hitch. Welcome to our Benin Network Center. Remember, you can watch ITV at www.itvradioNG.com/live. You can follow us on our social media platform, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. Moving on, workers in the Edo State Civil and Public Service have been thrown into celebratory mood following the sustenance of the payment of the 13th month salary by Governor Monday Okpebolo as a Christmas bonus aimed at boosting workers' morale. The extra pay and improved welfare packages are intended to bring joy and financial reliefs to workers amid prevailing economic hardship and the expenses associated with the festive season. Government House correspondent Kingsley Uchebu reports.
The financial relief provided through the payment of the 13th month salary to Edo State workers is expected not only to boost morale, but also to help them prepare adequately for the new year, a period often marked by economic challenges. In several ministries, departments and agencies visited, the excitement was palpable as workers commended Governor Okpebolo for his worker-friendly policies, including the implementation of the new minimum wage and the prioritization of workers' welfare under the administration's Shine agenda.
I'm saying God bless you. Thank you for making our Christmas and New Year celebration colorful and memorable.
Those who have children fees to pay, they will pay it without stress. All that bills to be paid. We are entering a new year. Some may be renewing their rents. So this 13th month salary will go very far to help the civil servants.
We thanked him for at least sustaining the tempo. At least so far so good. He has been doing very well.
I checked my phone. Honestly, I saw it. I screamed. I was really excited because we know December being a festive season, it comes with a lot of expenses and all of that. So with this coming, in fact, I was just so overwhelmed.
Speaking on the development, Edo State Commissioner for Finance, Honorable Manuel Okoebo, said the extra pay and enhanced welfare packages, beyond bringing joy and relief to workers, demonstrates the governor's commitment to building a motivated and productive workforce.
The government is very prudent, and provision was made specifically for this purpose over time. Also worthy of note that we will not borrow money from any bank to fund this 13th month. And as a state, we have not borrowed.
Workers in the Edo State Civil and Public Service on Tuesday morning received alerts for their 13th month salary, fulfilling Governor Okpebolo's promise to cushion the effects of expenses incurred during the Christmas festivities. Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The Obaseki Council has condemned the inhuman and humiliating assault meted out to their son, Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki, by suspected hoodlums in Benin City. on the 28th of December, describing the act as unacceptable and condemnable. The Obaseki Council made this known during a press conference held in Benin City. Efosa Uwangwe reports.
Few days ago, a video showing Dr. Pedro Obaseki being assaulted by some persons believed to be hoodlums went viral on social media. The video has since generated widespread reactions from within and outside the country. In a statement issued and signed by the Okaigbe Pa Daniel Igbinovia Obaseki and the secretary, Mr. Eweye Obaseki, and read to journalists, the council expressed strong dissatisfaction over the ugly incident but stated that the family will rely on competent authorities to handle the matter. The Obaseki Council explained that they deliberately delayed issuing a statement to allow constituted authorities the opportunity to take appropriate action before making their position public.
No father, mother, brother, sister, or person of good conscience can witness such sordid humiliation of a son of Benin, a respected professional, cultural ambassador, a member of a frontline noble family, without being proudly shaken. The Obaseki Council wishes to state categorically that it is not political nor partisan. Our family has always been robust enough to accommodate diverse political views and personal conviction, provided they are exercised with civility, respect for others, and strict adherence to the law. On this count, Dr. Don Pedro Agmonifo Obaseki has conducted himself honorably.
The council further stated that they are in full support of their son, Dr. Pedro Obaseki, in his decision to lawfully pursue the matter to its logical conclusion.
The Obaseki Council is deeply mindful of the exalted position of the Palace of the Oba of Benin as a unifying force and role model for all Benin people. Nothing should be done by non-palace functionaries to diminish this. In the interest of public order, peace, and social balance, the Obaseki Council should support the use and impartial process to ascertain the facts surrounding this incident and to hold accountable any person found to have committed criminal acts. Accountability pursued calmly and lawfully is essential to prevent a dangerous descent into anarchy, to reassure law-abiding citizens that no one is above the law.
They also urge members of the Obaseki family and their children to go about their normal duties without fear of intimidation, stressing that the name of the Obaseki family remains honorable and respected. Some of the council members present at the press conference held at the ancestral home of the Obasekis was Pa Felix Obayedu Obaseki Ozukpogeva of Obaseki family. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
7 journalists have died in a road accident in Gombe State. The accident involved the Nigerian Union of Journalists bus conveying them from a colleague's wedding in Katungo local government area of the state. The bus's tire burst on the return journey around Kumo town in Akko local government area of Gombe, causing the vehicle to spiral out of control and veer off into adjoining bushes. Federal Safety Corps Gombe Sector Commander Samson Kaura and the Government House Director General Press and Media Affairs Ismaila Misili confirmed the death toll of 7 persons, with 4 others sustaining various degrees of injuries. The bodies have been moved to a morgue in Gombe, while those injured have been rushed to the hospital and are currently receiving treatment. Governor Inuwa Yahya has since issued a condolence message to the families of the deceased through Ms. Seeley and wished those receiving treatment a quick recovery. It was a moment of deep sorrow for the family of Mr. Jonah Omowa, a senior reporter with ITV and radio, as a service of songs was held in honor of his late wife, Mrs. Blessing Omowa. Efosa Uwangwe reports that family members, friends and colleagues of Mr. Omowa, including management and staff of ITV and radio, led by the Executive Director of Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ujomo, paid their last respects to the departed.
He service of songs featured Bible readings, with the first reading taken by the eldest son of the deceased, Yobosa Omowa, while the second reading was taken by Joshua Salami.
The Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trumpet of God, and the dead in Christ shall rise first.
Delivering a sermon, the pastor of Greater Evangelism Assembly, Pastor Simeon Akbe, quoted copiously from the Bible as he preached on salvation and the resurrection of the dead. He urged the family to take consolation in the fact that their departed wife and mother lived a committed Christian life.
Jesus came. As we read from that scripture, he said, I am the resurrection, I am the life. Whoever believes in me shall not perish. He will not die, even though he was dead.
Emotions ran high as the eldest son of the deceased, Yobosa Omowa, a sister of the deceased, Esther Patrick, and a close friend, Mrs. Meg Otoide, gave heartfelt testimonies about the life and virtues of the late Mrs. Omowa.
She lived her life for everybody. She always saw the good in everyone.
She is my friend among my sisters, and whenever I call her, there is always a word from me. I so much love her. I'm going to miss her a lot. This woman taught me how to pray. Everything about her is, let's pray. God, God. Farewell, my friend.
Prayers were later offered for the family of the deceased, after which her remains were taken to her husband's hometown, Uzala, in Uwonde local government area for interment. A Thanksgiving service was later held in honor of the late Blessing Omowa, during which the officiating minister extolled her virtues, describing her as a true servant of God who labored diligently in his vineyard. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
He may also rest in perfect peace. If you just joined us, this is ITV Network News. We'll now move over to our Lagos Network Center, where Mr. Lina Nkwa is standing by. Mercy, over now to you.
Many thanks, Wilson, from our Lagos Network Center. Report reaching us says that the arena markets in Oshodi area of Lagos State is on fire. The cause of the inferno is yet to be certain at this time. We'll bring you details of the report in a subsequent bulletin. The Lagos and Ogun State government has commenced investigations into the circumstances surrounding the crash involving boxing champion Anthony Joshua on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. In a joint press statement signed by the Lagos State Commissioner for Information, Benga Omotosho, and the Special Advisor to the Ogun State Governor, Kayode Akimade, the government disclosed that the British-Nigerian two-time unified world heavyweight boxing champion, Anthony Joshua, alongside other passengers involved in the accident, was immediately evacuated to the specialist medical facility in Lagos. The statement added that doctors have conducted several clinical assessments and confirmed that both patients are stable and do not require any emergency medical intervention at this time. It's further noted that a comprehensive medical team has been constituted and will continue to monitor them closely. While appreciating the public's concern, the Lagos State and Ogun State government has appealed for privacy for Anthony Joshua and his family during this period.
News on television. Let's take a breather. Reports when we return.
The 2025 Ekpon Prayer and Breakfast Fellowship has been held in Ekpon, Igwebe local government area of Edo State. Francisca Igenebale reports that a prayer session was organized to offer intercession and spiritual cleansing for Ekpon land. Efosa Uwangwe reports.
Concerned about the perceived underdevelopment of Ekpon land, former Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly, Honorable Justin Okonobu, brought together clergymen from different denominations to pray for the community. In his exhortation, the Special Advisor on Religious Matters and Chaplain of Government House, Dr. Sule Faraday Azekume, said, "Those who wait on the Lord will not suffer setbacks." Dr. Azekume, who took the Bible readings from the books of Genesis and Psalms, stressed that prayer and fasting are key to spiritual cleansing, adding that Ekpon would henceforth be free from all forms of backwardness. He noted that all sons and daughters of Ekpon must prosper, regardless of any setback planned against the land.
Ignore distraction. When you ignore distraction, that is humility in the times of your prayer. When my people that are called by my name shall humble themselves and pray, even in fasting and prayer, that's when God will heal your land.
I have been so impressed because years continually to be himself is already up there to continue to pray for his town and that things should be better for the downtrodden. You will know that it's a God sent.
Today, I'm doing another prayer. God is using him. My prayer for him not derail what is preaching.
The convener and host of the program, former Speaker of Edo State House of Assembly, Dr. Justin Okonobu, said the community needs spiritual liberation, describing the prayer program as a vision God gave him 5 years ago. He disclosed that the 2025 event marks the 5th edition of the program, adding that food and drinks were made available for participants. His wife, Mrs. Betty Okonobu, expressed her continuous support for her husband's vision, noting that he has a strong relationship with God.
I have been trying politically to help the town, but I know we must go deeper spiritually to help the town. And it's been successful every year.
Things will certainly turn around because if you look at everything we're praying about, it's all about the same unit, the family unit. So we're very intentional, and I'm standing really well behind you to make sure he actualizes his purpose.
From Ekpon, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The chairman of Akoko Edo local government, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, has participated in activities marking the 10th anniversary of the ascension to throne of His Royal Highness Oba Raphael Ojo Alufa Olowe III, the Eleko of Eko land. The chairman was represented at the ceremony by his chief of staff, Honorable Ebenezer Oladele. Jaladojo reports.
In a goodwill message, Chairman of Akoko Edo local government area, Right Honorable Alabi Bliss Oshonogwe, congratulated the people of Akoko Edo and praised the Eleko for a decade of purposeful and peaceful leadership. He described the monarch's reign as one marked by wisdom, dedication, and strong commitment to God, while praying for continued good health and a more prosperous reign for the kingdom. The council chairman also emphasized the importance of collaboration between local government authorities and traditional institutions, noting that such partnerships are essential for effective grassroots governance, information sharing, and community security. According to him, ongoing cooperation with traditional rulers is already contributing positively to efforts aimed at curbing kidnapping and other security challenges within the local government area. He concluded by wishing His Royal Highness many more years of impactful leadership and continued harmony in Eko land. Jola Diojo, ITV News.
Madam Victoria Igbinosun, popularly known as Iyeboro and mother of the managing director of 24 Bits Global Entertainment, Osaubo Dixon, has marked her 85th birthday anniversary with a special Thanksgiving service in London. The Thanksgiving service, held on Sunday at the headquarters of the House of Favour International Church, London, attracted notable personalities, Edo gospel artists, church members, as well as children and grandchildren of the celebrant. ITV foreign correspondent Rosalind Eworame reports.
It was a scene of joy and celebration at the House of Favour International Church, London, as Edo gospel artist Vivi Melody ministers in songs in honour of the celebrant, Madam Victoria Igbinosun, fondly called Iyeboro. Accompanied by her children and grandchildren, the octogenarian danced joyfully, offering thanksgiving to God for His grace and faithfulness throughout her life. In a sermon, the senior pastor, Reverend Lakenehu, commended the celebrant for her dedication to God's work and prayed for continued strength and good health.
I want to salute the wonderful courage of our mommy's children to celebrate her birthday while she's alive.
The celebration continued with melodious performances by upcoming gospel artist Jerry Praise as the celebrant cut her 85th birthday cake amid cheers and applause.
I thank God for everything. He don't put me for 85. Yes. Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah. Children, grandchildren, and in-laws of the celebrant described her as a virtuous woman, a tireless intercessor, and a source of blessing to the family.
Labored for us, but now she's enjoying her fruitful labor. So I want to wish her happy birthday.
As her age, so shall her life, her strength be. 100 is the target, is the goal.
Happy birthday, Grandma. I wish many more years to come.
I wish Grandma long life and prosperity.
I love the way you love the Lord, and this shows in the way you love people.
The event also featured comedy by Bongo J, who thrilled the congregation with moments of laughter and excitement.
Mothers are considered supreme and unique figures in the family. From House of Favour, London, Roslyn Emurame, ITV News.
We will take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go away. The leadership of the All Progressives Congress in Nonwa West local government area of Edo State, led by High Chief Lucky Ohimai, popularly known as Tarex Conglomerate, has hosted World Chairman, party chieftains and members to a grand end-of-year get-together. The event, held at the residence of High Chief Lucky Ohimai in Sabongida Ora, attracted a mammoth crowd of party faithful. Efosa Owangwe reports.
The end-of-year party, hosted by the APC leader of O1 West chapter, High Chief Lucky Ohimai, popularly known as Tares, provided an opportunity for world chairmen, chieftains and members to wine and dine in an atmosphere of unity and celebration. The get-together also served as a platform for party leaders to review the unprecedented achievements recorded by the APC in previous elections and to forge a common front towards repeating the same feat in future elections. In his remark, the APC leader, O1 West chapter, High Chief Lucky Ohimai, commended the Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo for his developmental strides and pledged to work closely with him to actualize the 3.5 million votes promised to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in the 2027 general elections.
My brother is with me for what they say again today, because this kind of love is too massive.
Addressing the gathering, a former member of the House of Representatives, Barrister Johnson Agbulagba, advised party members to remain steadfast The APC chairman of all world chairmen in Owan West chapter, Mr. Raymond Aruna, moved a motion of implicit confidence in the APC leader, High Chief Lucky Oyeman. Similarly, APC chieftain Dr. Obaze Osuma and APC Ward 3 woman leader, Mrs. Esther Asekake, assured party members of High Chief Oyeman's unwavering commitment to the development of Owan West local government area.
I'm very confident that with the crowd I'm seeing here, Owan West is in safe hands in APC.
Is a man that galvanizes the weakness together.
That's the truth of the matter. And he's going to lead us to our promised land.
Our leader now, High Chief Clarence Oyeman, aka Clarence.
The leadership and members of the APC resolved to ensure the party maintains its supremacy in future elections in Owan West local government area. From Owan West's Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
The residents of Arogba community, widows and inmates of the Trinitarian and Rama homes in Benin City have benefited from a free medical outreach organized by the Liberty Community Health Foundation. The outreach held along Ugo Bend Road off Festus Ajayi Way, Riri Quarters, recorded a large turnout as beneficiaries received free medical consultations, medications, food items, beverages, and toiletries. The initiative was aimed at improving access to basic health care for the less privileged. Patience Osaugiwa completes the report.
The founder and chief executive officer of the foundation, Dr. Nusa Aigbe Liberty, led the exercise which featured blood pressure and blood sugar checks, eye screening with free glasses, and the distribution of medications. Medical consultants attended to residents with various health challenges, offering expert advice and enabling early detection of conditions such as hypertension, diabetes, and high-related ailments. Speaking at the event, the communications officer of the foundation, Pastor Ovis Inahoru, said the outreach was part of efforts to take quality health care to underserved communities to encourage residents to prioritize their health.
You don't get anybody when you support her. He just say that passion, that mind when you get, say you want to reach out to people.
Dr. Liberty and his wife, Omoyeme Aigbe Liberty, said the initiative was driven by their passion to give back to society and reduce preventable death through early diagnosis and prompt treatments.
There are folks who can afford Comofensic, right? There are folks who cannot afford Panadol. So if you're able to put a smile on somebody's face, even if it's for 1 minute, and that's what gives them joy.
I am elated, very glad that he's able to give out to the widow, the children, the orphans, and all.
This initiative, by my own friend, is something that worth emulating.
Beneficiaries described the program as timely and impactful, especially amid rising healthcare costs.
Everything we need for life, you go see her. Baba God go provide for them. As they take of us widow every year, and God go bless her. Good things when they do so. Long life will be in portion.
The outreach also featured the distribution of food items to the less privileged and orphanage homes in Benin City. From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
We will take another break. We'll be right back.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Young Muslim Jamaat of Edo State has held the 9th edition of its annual lecture series and award ceremony aimed at promoting correct knowledge of Islam, peaceful coexistence, and national unity. Afure Aneto reports.
The event, which forms part of a lecture series that has run for over 36 years, brought together Islamic scholars, professionals, and members of the public for dialogue on religion, peace, and nation building. In his opening remarks, the chairman of the occasion, Dr. Mujid Momo, described the gathering as timely, noting that recent narratives surrounding Islam make sustained public engagement and enlightenment necessary.
Islam has been looked at in a certain light. So it is good that this goes on, has been going on, and will continue to go on to keep teaching us and our young ones the truth about Islam.
President, Young Muslim Jamaah, Engineer Hassan Momo, said the night edition was anchored on a timely theme aimed at correcting misconceptions about Islam.
This year's lecture series is anchored on the timely and critical theme, country religious polarization, security threat, false narrative, and the Nigerian diplomatic deficit.
The managing director of EBS, Mr. Suleiman Alede, in a lecture encountering religious polarization, security threat, and false narratives, stressed that Nigeria's challenges are rooted in human choices, weak governance, and misinformation, not religion.
Islam has also told us that we should be the best amongst our people. Bandit attacks do not discriminate between communities. When they attack, you've seen imams have been killed. The causes, I've tried to look at it primarily, is driven by weak governance.
High point of the event was the presentation of awards to individuals recognized for their contributions.
Whatever we say on the pulpit projects Islam in a language that the people will understand better.
The young German, they are helping the younger generation now to grow in Islam.
From Benin, Ofure Aneto, ITV News.
Unity of purpose has been identified as a very result-oriented strategy for development and sustenance of any organization globally, including that of old students. This was a focus during an installation of new ESCOs for the 86th set of old students of Egosa Grammar School, Benin City. Wellington Akodeja reports.
To be sworn in my capacity, in the office, please, as the president, as the vice president, to defend the spirit and the letter of this constitution.
Members of the Old Students Association of Egusa Grammar School, class of 86, in a happy mood at the end of year party to celebrate themselves. The president of the association, Engineer David Egiamusawa, said the core objective of the association is to bond and assist each other.
We still need to help ourselves. Some of us may be challenged inwardly. All we need is to voice it out, and let's see how we can come in one way or another to assist each other. I think a lot has been done by way of reaching out to those of us in diaspora. So in diaspora, you can see responses from them.
The Vice President, Lion Charles Osagi, and other members of the body said the unity of purpose is sacrosanct and urged members to always uphold the high discipline instilled in them by their teachers in the school.
I'm very happy whenever we gather like this and we see old faces. We are here to felicitate and rejoice together.
This ESCO, we are going to move the association forward, which we hope to do it fully. The Old Bar Association is a forum where we all meet and interact and revive the spirit of togetherness.
For the inauguration of the 2025-2026 Executive Committee of the 1986 members of Egoba.
High point was the recognition of members for their selfless contributions to the society and the association. From Benin, Wellington Akodeja, ITV News.
And now talking sports in football, the Super Eagles of Nigeria finished top of Group C with 9 points, following a 3-1 win over Uganda in the 2025 African Cup of Nations in Morocco. Fisayo Dele Bashiru ran onto Bruno Nyemechi's defense, splitting pass before setting up Paul Onachu for the opening goal, who made amends after missing a clear chance few minutes earlier. Super Eagles maintained dominance over the encounter in the first 45 minutes and continue in the second half. Uganda were reduced to 10 men when substitute goalkeeper Salim Mogola saw red for handling the ball outside the box, and the Cranes brought on third-choice goalkeeper Nafiana Leonze. Rafael Onyedika grabbed the brace in the space of 5 minutes to increase Nigerians' lead, with Samuel Chukwueze grabbing both assists before Roger Mato got a consolation goal for Uganda. The result sees Super Eagles finish top of Group C with maximum 9 points, while Tunisia, who played out a 1-1 draw with Tanzania, finished second with 4 points. And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.
Ojúde aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ayaba aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Àlàyé aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokpolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
And of course, it's an exciting Tuesday afternoon. We are here once again to take a look at what is going on in the global arena on the international forum. I am Wilson Omasha. 3 years plus, counting, the war between Russia and Ukraine still rages on. But there are some twists and turns, some agreement, and of course some disagreement. But all the same, the one that is topping the chart right now is the 90 billion euro that they promised Ukraine to really go there and fight this war. And they are saying that it's going to be from Russia's frozen assets. And Putin is saying he's not going to have it. And there are speculations that he opined, he came out to deny that it will be targeting European nations that do have one or two things to aid Ukraine. It's as if that should happen, it might just lead to an escalation of the situation. It may just go beyond Russia and Ukraine. It may just become a global phenomenon. Now, what do you feel about that? Now, that's the crux of our discussion today. With me here in the studio, I have a political analyst, political affairs commentator, join me to welcome Ibrahim Momo. Thank you so much for making our time to join me this afternoon on International Forum.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
All right. So here we are. Russia-Ukraine war still raging on despite Donald Trump's peace tactics, trying to make sure that there is peace. But it seems as if peace is eluding this particular nation because Ukraine is a theater. You've heard about bombardment here and there, people losing their lives. And of course, you can also throw some soft punches that is dealing with Russia one or the other. But massively speaking, destruction is more on the Ukrainian soil. Let's take it up from there.
Well, the first thing is that this is a war that should never have been. Because it all started with the NATO adventurism. NATO wants to be in the backyard of Russia. And then if you recall that in the time past, there were two major power blocks in the world. The Warsaw Pact, headed by Russia, China, USA and China, and then of course you had the NATO alliance, the US and European Union and others. And now that led to the Cold War for several decades. With the end of the Cold War, the NATO alliance, that led to the fall of the Warsaw Pact. USSR disintegrated 13 countries, Lithuania, Latvia, Georgia, Ukraine, Russia, all of them broke up from former USSR. It now became a unipolar world of sorts. NATO was the only alliance that was standing, led by the US. Now, added to this mix is the fact that there is the issue of nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, nuclear warfare. And, like we say in political science balance, or international relations balance, it is mutual assured destruction. Those who have weapons, it's mad. Nuclear weapons is mad. It's mutual assured destruction. So Russia is has the second largest stockpile of nuclear weapons aside of course, the United States of America. In fact, in the world that we are, only one country has ever used nuclear weapons, the US, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So that's the background. So I say that this is a war that ought not to have ever occurred in the first instance because Russia moved to attack Ukraine. In February 2022, just almost 4 years now, in February it will be 4 years since that war, because of moves by NATO to allow Ukraine to join Russia. This should never have been. And then, what has sustained this war is what we are talking about today, the 90 billion euros, or is it $105 billion loan that the EU is giving to Ukraine. The reality is that without the kind of financial and military support that Ukraine has gotten from the NATO alliance, this war would have been a non-starter. And so what is sustaining the war is it like Professor Chomsky said recently, there are only two ways to end the war. One, by negotiation. Parties come together on a round table, discuss peace, agree on negotiated settlements of a conflict. Or one, they fight to finish with one defeating the other. Maybe with, I can talk about MAD, mutual assured destruction.
Nuclear weapon, yeah.
So these are the only two ways to end the war. One is by negotiation, which apparently nobody is thinking of. The European Union, they're not funding peace, they are funding war, weaponry. They are continuing to arm Ukraine to challenge Russia. So the first way would have been negotiated peace, nobody is ready. The second one is the issue of one defeating the other. The reality based on the power matrix, power configuration of both countries. There is only two possible outcomes. A third one is not an option if the war continues. Option number one is that Russia will decimate Ukraine. Option number two is that Ukraine will stand up to Russia such a long time that Russia becomes war weary and they negotiate peace. These are the only two possible options.
Two possible options. But right now, it's like negotiation is just gradually being taken out of the equation. Trump made a promise, but right now it's like that promise is not being fulfilled.
Yes.
And that peace coming to this nation. So what is the reason behind peace eluding Russia and Ukraine?
I think it's the refusal to negotiate, basically. The hot-headedness in the room, the hot-headedness from both parties. Who is talking about peace now? The 90 billion euros, or 105, you can convert it about 105 billion dollars. What is it going into? Is it peace or war? Into war. So it means that nobody is talking peace. Everybody is talking war. And that is where I think they are missing it. In fact, it was the UN Secretary Antonio Guterres
yes,
that said that war is overfunded and peace is is starved. The reality is that the amount of money, this 90 billion euro or 105 billion US dollar that is being pumped into Ukraine by the European Union over the next 2 years is about 5 times what the European Union is investing in Africa for overseas development assistance, ODA. The entire 54 countries in Africa, total ODA they get, overseas development assistance they get from the European Union, is just $20 billion annually. Now, in one fell swoop, you are pumping $105 billion into Ukraine. And whereas this one is for development assistance, the other one is to fund a war that need not even be in the first instance. So that's why I feel that there's too much hot-headedness in the room, and nobody is thinking for peace. Everybody is thinking about defeating, crushing, and it's difficult to crush. I don't know how the European Union, or indeed NATO, if you add the US to it, is going to successfully decimate Russia.
All right, now let's take a solution whereby when Donald Trump and Zelensky fell out some couple of months ago, when he told us that without US intel, Ukraine will be nowhere to be found. Sure. America was accused of starving Ukraine's weapon. Hence, Russia was getting the upper hand. I don't think that should have been the right time and the right tactics to really ensure peace. After all, if you don't have people to fight, you don't disband and go home. Because that's the condition given to them by Russia. What do you feel about that?
Well, you see, the challenge is that it is not only about the US. That's the major challenge. It's not only about the US. The issue is that the US is by far the largest contributor of funding and weaponry to NATO. And NATO is the chief supplier of weapons and funding to Ukraine. Yes, the US, but it is being the largest, single largest, it's not the only stakeholder there. It's not the only supplier. In fact, what Trump has been doing is asking Europe to up their game in terms of their contributions, to the public too. Whether it is in the funding of NATO, and of course by extension Ukraine, or whether it is even in the, if you may, the weaponry, the military hardware that is being supplied to Ukraine, the drone and other technology, that is being supplied to Ukraine. And now all of them are saying that hitherto it was almost entirely a US funding. But since Trump came for a second term, it is now let's a little bit balance, the funding gap, the hole. The US under Trump is saying that we cannot almost entirely be funding it. And so you are saying that EU is stepping up. In stepping up, one of the mistakes they tried to make, and which of course Russia challenged them on, was that they were going to use Russian assets, which they freezed in Europe.
Now, Russia gave a very strong one that they shouldn't try.
Yes.
Now, do you see them venture into that particular point? Because according to Putin, that belongs to them. Whether frozen or unfrozen, it belongs to the Russian nation. Now, if NATO should go ahead to do that, how do you think Russia will respond?
No, NATO tried to do it. It's not if they attempted to. They tried to do it. They tried it in the last meeting they held, but there were obvious legal and financial implications. And of course, security considerations they had to put into cognizance. Otherwise, you will be expanding the frontiers of the war. And I'm not sure Europe was ready for that. One, the European Central Bank, is, and even the European headquarters, EU headquarters is in Brussels, Belgium.
Yes.
And then Brussels opposed vehemently any attempt at tapping into Russian assets. They opposed it on the grounds that it's unprecedented. You could freeze foreign assets.
But you cannot use it.
You can't use it. So where does it come under international law that the European Union, where does it derive its powers to want to expend Russian assets? When Russia is not a member of the European Union, or Russia is not consenting to the use of those assets, those Russian resources. So that was the first issue. The other issue is legal. That first one is legal. The second one is financial. Just as Russia has assets in the European Union, which the European Union is freezing now, the European Union states also have assets in Russia. They have in Russia, they have in Brazil, they have in India, they have in China. You know, there's a BRICS that's coming up.
Yes.
So if you now say that when it's the state of nature, let everybody act anyhow, behave the way they like. Let us freeze Russian assets without the legal backing to do that. We have no legal basis to do it. If you do it, it means that the UK, the France, German, Belgian, assets, Spanish assets, and elsewhere could have been frozen. So the ramifications were too dire for those countries to bear. And of course, somehow, they had to give up that attempt. But now they have got a proviso that the Russian assets remain frozen.
Frozen, yeah.
Yes. But that they can only be returned if Russia pays reparation. And Russia is never going to pay.
We'll come to that. We'll come to that. You just joined us. This is International Forum. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll be exploring the frontiers with a discussion. Do not go away. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We are taking a look at the Ukraine-Russian war, the questions behind the 90 billion euro earmark to support Ukraine. Many people are asking questions. If you take a look at this, the provision of this war, some top Ukrainian officials have been fingered. Yeah. Corruption allegations leveled against them here and there, to the extent Zelensky had to, fire some, retire some. Some people went to jail. Do you think that with this amount of money and without proper assessment on how it will be used, do you think that the case of corruption in the military, why security war will be worse off this time around in Ukraine?
For me, it's not even
about 90 billion euro.
Yeah, this money that these issues of corruption,
yes,
the money that are given as military aid and funding, because Ukraine has been at war with Russia for over 8 years now, so close to 4 years.
Close to 4 years, yes. You are about 3 years before.
Yes, by February it will be 4 years.
Yes.
February 20th next year it will be 4 years. So you are seeing that you have suspended and removed successive military heads and other public officials. But the man at the head of government, Volodymyr Zelensky, who is probing him? And is it possible that those corruption would have taken place and he started as an angel? Even the fact that since he has come there close to 10 years now, he was there in the first term of Trump. He came in just before the Trump era, and he was there throughout Biden, and I still there. No elections. So if it is possible for him to say that one in itself is not corruption, that you are in power without elections.
But they are saying that they had to suspend the constitution because they are there fighting for their lives.
The question is the war necessary? Ukraine can walk away tomorrow and the war will end. Ukraine can withdraw. In fact, that I tried my first intervention on this program, that it all started with NATO adventurism. What is NATO's business in Russia's backyard? And you say, okay, Russia to fold their hands and watch? No! No! So the reality is that this war can end today, can end tomorrow, if the NATO stops this funding. What are you putting 90 billion euros? Or is it, you can convert to say 105 billion US dollars. What are you putting 105 billion US dollars into war for? What do you want to achieve from it? Except maybe to continue prosecuting a useless war on an unwanted war. Why not put 105 billion US dollars into development in Ukraine? Why not? why is it that it is to fund war that you are, so the corruption that is there, there's a bigger corruption that will be addressed. You are moving, you are changing top military officers, top civil servants, public officials, yes. But the man at the head of government, Volodymyr Zelensky, has he been changed? Or is he above board in terms of corruption? The man who is in charge of the entire resources of the state is not corrupt. So a time will come ultimately when I think that the issues will change. I'm wondering why Trump. Okay, well, Trump has even told them already that he's not interested in funding this war. Which is why the European Union is stepping up. Biden was the one that was funding the war. Trump is not interested in the war.
Now, all right, now let's take a look at the European Union, because it's been a while now where they were talking about war manufacturing weapons, because Germany just had to break their promise. They have to go manufacture weapon. Japan also did the same. They're saying enough of all this peace talk. They have to go back again to some manufacturing. But even though some top countries in Europe, they are into weapon manufacturing. Is that the essence of this money for them to procure enough weapons to prosecute the war between Russia and Ukraine? After all, people are saying that war is a big business.
Yes, you see that's this point you hit on is at the roots of this war. Because people want to ask, what's the logic of war? Why can't they come to the negotiating table? It's because of what we call the deep states. There are people, not public officials, not governors, not prime ministers or presidents. There are the sets of deep state, those people who are behind the curtains, who are ensuring these wars go on. These are people, for example, who can bring down governments, who can cause the losses of presidents and prime ministers of any of these countries. So at the point, people don't even say that these people are just tools. They are just puppets. They are comprador. They are standing on behalf of, or for the purpose of serving the interest of the deep state. And so who are those who are manufacturing these weapons? Who are those who are benefiting from this war continuation? It's not the Ukrainians, obviously. Ukrainians want peace. Who wants war? There's a friend of mine who comes on this story. I always use that phrase. Almost say,
yeah, the war is not beautiful.
Who wants war, really? Do Nigerians want war? Do Ukrainians want war? Do Russians want war? No. Even the Germans, the European Union countries, do they want war? The answer is no. But those who put them in position need these wars to continue in order for their businesses to grow. So it's a very big business, and I think that's at the heart of it. There is a deep state across Europe and the US. In US, they call them military contractors. They are the ones who are invested heavily in the continuation of the war. That way they are making more money for themselves. Imagine 90 billion.
90 billion euros. Anyway, now, it's like the war has gone beyond the imagination of both Putin and, of course, Zelensky. It's like non-state actors are beginning to be part of this particular war. Get to some persons say they have to go to Russia to fight for Mother Russia. Others say they're going to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine, glory to Ukraine and all that. Now, putting all this thing together, do you feel that the war, if not properly checked within its 4th year, and the virus, so to speak, is going to spread across European countries?
Well, I think where we are heading to is, if we are not careful, a multi-nation war. You see, Ukraine is not the one who is fighting, because Ukraine is not a match for Russia. That's why you are getting these 90 billion euros, aid to Ukraine. Because if you leave Ukraine to Russia, there will be no war. In a few days, the war will be ended. So Ukraine is just a pawn. It's just a chessboard. It's just a proxy. It's a proxy war between NATO and Russia. That's what's going on here. And so there is that likelihood, like you have pointed out, that other non-state actors in the first instance or other states are going to eventually get involved. And when they get involved, if it's the onset of a Third World War, or would reason prevail ahead of that eventuality, and the efforts are now put in place to ensure that there is a negotiated resolution of this conflict. If we allow things to degenerate the way it is going now, because when you pump 90 billion euros into Ukraine over the next 2 years, what you are saying is that you want the war to continue. And that one cannot be a good thing. It is not a good thing. Because the Ukrainians, are they able to sleep with their 2 eyes closed? And is the educational system functioning as it ought to be? Is the social system, their markets, their schools, government, public service, is it able to function? No! Because of war. Who wants this war? Who is really for this? Who is really, interested in this war continuing? I am worried, that there is the likelihood of an escalation. Because, yes, you can say that so far, Russia has restrained from using nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
Yes, you can also say that the European Union have so far restrained themselves from putting boots on the ground. They have not become directly involved. What they have done is to support Ukraine. Yes, the US has not been involved, they have supported Ukraine. But that makes Ukraine just a vassal or a proxy or just, just like a testing ground. Some of these weapons have been given, maybe they are recently manufactured weapons. They have not been used elsewhere. We want to see, okay, how effective can these weapons be? So, but the reality is that if reason doesn't prevail, the likelihood of an escalation, it cannot be ruled out. And when that one happens, it is the onset of the Third World War.
All right. But some are saying that it was Zelensky that cried for help. They told the European Union, US, whoever cares to listen, they need more money, they need more weapons, they need manpower to procure this war. And now that there's a response coming from the EU. Are you going to blame the EU? No, because Russia said that EU, you guys overstepping your bound. That's a warning of Putin to NATO and its allies.
You see, the argument that it was Zelensky, Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president yes, that called for assistance, which is what led to this intervention. For me, I think it's not, it does not hold much water. If you are not able to prosecute your war, why are you into that war? It's a thing called power assessment or threat assessment. You are not strong enough to challenge Russia. Why are you fighting Russia? That's a question. Why is the question? I'm not sure. Why is NATO not asking Ukraine? Except that the real deal is that Ukraine is just a proxy. It's a war between the NATO and Russia. That is what this is actually. Because if you remember, at the outset, it was about, Ukraine was a factor in how Trump lost his second term 4 years ago.
4 years ago.
5 years ago. Because there was an attempt, Hunter Biden, that's Joe Biden's son, Biden was an aspirant, he was contesting against Trump. So the idea was, okay, there were some legal deeds that Hunter Biden was doing in Ukraine. So there's a need for cooperation from the then president, Volodymyr Zelensky. Provide information so I'm going to prosecute this guy. And the guy refused. That it will amount to interference in the not providing those information too was actually interference in a way.
The way too.
Because if the man is guilty, because he has now pleaded guilty now. Hunter Biden has already pleaded guilty. That's how this whole issue started from. So it was like a rewarding him for loyalty, for support. Biden had started by funding, for 4 years he was president, he was funding the war between Ukraine and Russia. Now, the reality is that now that, if it is, that was the reason, because it's a payback time. When you asked my help, I supported you. I didn't provide the information that Trump wanted. So now, we are now asking for you, going to support me. Is that a reason why you should take a whole country to war? Secondly, why is NATO so interested in having a member states from Russia's immediate neighbor?
That will be the question we're going to answer next after this break. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. 90 billion euro converted more than $5 billion US. Do they really want this war to end, or they want Ukraine to fight on? And after all, some deep states or some deep pockets are interested in cashing out of this war. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Thank you, those for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is International Forum. Reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Nigeria. We're taking a look at the questions surrounding the 90 billion euro. Yes, loan wanted to be given, loan for Ukraine to procure the war. They've been talking about this. Do they really want peace, or they want the war to go on over and over and over again? Now, with me in the studio, I have Ibrahim Momo. I've been trying to throw more light into what he felt is really going on, talking about the fight between these two great nations. But take it or leave it, one is greater though. Anyway, we're talking about comparison right now. Now, if you take a look at the war, the 90 billion might, just according to Pundit, spur Zelensky to do the unthinkable. Maybe just may procure a weapon that can target the heart of Russia, which is Moscow. Do you see that happening in course of this war? Remember, 90 billion euro can do anything.
Yes, even if it has struck the heart of Russia, you know, close to the Kremlin, that there have been attacks at the heart of close to the Kremlin. So it's not as if Moscow. It's not as if that it has been a one-sided war. No. There are Russian tanks, refineries, military personnel. They have all been killed and destroyed, you know, in the course of this war. You know, but the reality is that when it comes to asymmetric, when it comes to a capability, Russia is way ahead of Ukraine. That is why, of course, the European Union, under NATO, and of the US have always supported Ukraine. Ordinarily, left for Russia and Ukraine to fight it out themselves, it would have been a matter of days. The war. In fact, when Putin went into Russia at the outset, it was said to be a military exercise, quick military exercise. That's what they called it, you know.
Yeah.
You know, so because they knew that Ukraine is no match for them. Of course, you have seen that in the course of this war, the Luhansk region has been taken over by Russia.
By Russia,
you
yeah.
know, within the Ukraine, the Donetsk, Luhansk axis, and taken over by Russia. So, in fact, even in the Trump proposal, what he said to Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, was that for this war to end, you have to give up some territory, which was what the European Union, of course, we are opposed to. You know, so the reality is that it's not the war is not among equal rivals by no means. You see the kind of support, like we're talking about 90 billion euros to Ukraine. Where are the support to Russia? But Russia still maintains an upper hand. You know, so I agree with you that, you know, it could make a difference, but it cannot lead to a Ukrainian defeat of Russia. That's not. It's not like, except the NATO alliance becomes directly involved. You know, in NATO, there's Article 5 that talks about the hair trigger mechanism, that you attack any member state, it becomes an attack on every member state, and of course they can now fight back. It's called the hair trigger mechanism. What that means is that if Russia attacks, Ukraine is not a NATO member, so it has not been invited to come out to apply to be a member. If it applies an actual NATO member because of this war, then you see the full weight of NATO come down on Russia. That is the only time there is hope that, you know, the tide is not against Russia. You know, so even though as big as the money is, it will only sustain the war. It cannot, in my estimation, lead to the defeat of Russia. So it can't do much damage, in my opinion.
All right, now if you take a look at some countries that refuse to take side against Russia, we have Belarus, we have Czech, and some other countries saying, no, we just cannot in our own sense, because these are part of the old USSR, so to speak. They don't want to, like, you know, come in within the particular range of the world. What do you think is directly responsible for that decision not to pick side against Mother Russia?
Yeah, it's critical. Because when we're talking about things, we say that the European Union did, the European Union is giving. It is not the entire European Union. This point you are making puts in focus. It's only a part of the European Union. You mentioned Belarus. Yeah. You mentioned the Czech Republic. There's also Slovakia. And there's Viktor Orban's Hungary. Yes. These countries have refused to support. And then you are member states of the EU. So they refuse to sign up to, first of all, they are closer to Russia than maybe countries like Germany, like France, like Spain, like Belgium, like Norway. They are closer to Russia. So meaning that if there's going to be an attack from Russia on European member states, they are going to be the first line of
the first hit,
the front line of action of that action. Secondly, is that $90 billion euros, 105 billion US dollars. It's not small money for anybody to take as loan on behalf of countries. These countries, they are poor countries. They are poor countries in Europe. Czech Republic is poor. Slovakia is poor. Hungary is poor. Belarus is poor. Relatively compared to maybe the UK, to France, to Germany, you know, these are poorer countries. Why would a poor country agree to taking more debt? It's a loan. It's a debt they are taking on behalf of those country member states. Why would a poor country want to take in more debt on behalf of Ukraine for a war they don't believe in, a war they don't support, a war that should not even have lasted this long? So I can see the reasoning behind the leaders, you know, of these countries not wanting to support or not buying into the argument around taking further loans to the support of a war between Ukraine and Russia that should have ended 3 years ago. It should have ended. So I get the logic that, first of all, if there's going to be an all-out war between the European Union and Russia, they will be the first victim. Secondly, the fact that these are poor countries already. Why would you now be taking on loans on behalf of Ukraine when you yourself, you have your own domestic challenges, economic challenges to grapple with?
All right. Now, some of that, this law may not really all go well for Ukraine because it's been accumulating so much loans. Yes. Do you feel that this war will make Ukraine to be more impoverished than what they are? And after all, every loan must be paid back.
Well, the reality is that what this war has done so far is to mask the reality. You know, for example, if I can make a reference to the Gaza-Israel war. What we have seen, what the media have focused on, is the cost of the war on Gaza, the destruction that the war. But every of those bombs, every of those weapons, every of those tanks were funded. The black hole in the Israeli budget because of that war of destruction, it's not something that is small. Come back to Ukraine too. The war we're talking about now, most of the funding that Ukraine has gotten is in form of loans.
Loans.
What is the Ukrainian budget annually? Is it up to 90 billion euros? The answer is no. This is the loan they are taking, and this is not the beginning of the loans. They have taken loans for 3 years.
Yes.
You know. Secondly, if you look at the Ukrainian economy, has the GDP, has it shrunk? Most likely, over the last 3.5 years of the war. It means that the economy has been taking a hit for over 3 years, going to 4 years. And now, in the period where it is taking a hit, when the economy is going down, it's on a downward spiral, it has been taking on more loans. If the war ends today, where would Ukraine be financially? So the reality is that it has not favored. Sometimes what will happen to Volodymyr Zelensky that he would be voted out of office, or that you have spent your time, cannot contest again. But what happened in his time, in terms of particularly the loans and other, the fall in GDP, the cost of living crisis, the poverty, literally, of the Ukrainian people over the period of this war, it's not something small. And I think that it is something that commentators, policy makers, leaders globally have to see what is the real cost of war. And the real cost after war. Yes. Of course, the real cost of war is not the loans alone, which is a significant. The loans, the cost, the money you are taking as loans to prosecute a war is significant. But that's not all there is. The GDP that has gone down, the economy that has gone down over the period of the war, the people who could not go to school, the literacy that you have reached on the people, the level of poverty, people who cannot find a job, or people whose breadwinner have been killed at the result of this war, the people whose wages have been stagnated, the people whose life have been disrupted, literally because of the war. That is the real cost of war, and it is massive.
Massive, 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 really, really massive indeed. But it stands right now, issues that are not going back. The question is, if they should get this money, how are they going to disburse the money, so to speak? Now, what about the threats to Europe by Russia?
Yes. You see, this is international politics. The threat that Russia poses to Europe is significant. Because, in truth, Europe, sorry, when you say Europe, Russia is part of Europe. That's why they play the UEFA Champions League, or for example, the UEFA European League. Europe, part of Russia is in Europe, part of Russia is in Asia. So, when you say Europe, it's even an European country. Now, it means that it is a close neighbor to the European Union. The cost to Europe is serious. The threat to Europe is serious. It is an all-out war. Russia being a nuclear capable country, nuclear-able country, means that it can easily obliterate, if not entirely. Of course, it is much. I agree that both Russia and the European Union will be destroyed, yes. But the fact that Russia will be destroyed and Europe will be destroyed means it is mutual assured destruction. So nuclear technology, nuclear warheads, is not something that people want. So a country that is a nuclear power, is not something. Look, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed by the US in 1945. Till date, nothing good has come out of that land.
All right, you just I want to go for another break. When we return, we'll come and conclude this particular discussion. We're talking about 90 billion euro. Who really is behind this war that doesn't want it to come to an end? That is a big question, because, come on, if they can eat a massive amount for war, would it be so expensive to vow or vouch for peace? We'll be right back. Thank you so much for staying tuned. Somehow, if there's conflict, yes, many people might be losing, but some very few guys are gaining. And that isn't too far-fetched for what is going on between Russia and Ukraine. Some big companies that are into manufacturing of weapons, they are gaining big time. It could be in US, China, Iraq, you just name it. Even North Korea, they are gaining from this particular war. 19 billion euro. That's colossal. Now back again to the threat to the EU, because right now as it stands, it's like everyone's beginning to climb or get in tune with the war. Since Donald Trump said he really wants to back out, the European Union started waking up gradually. Yes. They said that they want to be part of the war. From the aggression of the Eurozone, all in the name of supporting Ukraine, how long do you feel that this war will last?
Well, what is clear is that the European Union are going to extend it for another 2 years, 2026, 2027. And that is the period in which this $90 billion euro is expected to cover. So I think that it is not sustainable. A war for 5 years, after 2027 that will be 5 years.
5 years, yeah.
It's not something that the European Union or even Ukraine can sustain. So I see that within the next 2 years, my estimation is that everybody will come war weary. Because I have to give thumbs up, with all due respect, even for a wrong reason, to Russia.
To Russia, why?
To stand up to the European Union, to NATO, literally, for over a period of 3.5 years, going to 4 years, it's not a mean feat. And that we're talking 90 billion euros today. What has gone into this war from the NATO alliance is well over 200 billion euro. Well over 200, even before now.
And excluding what Biden gave to them then.
Yes, and so you can see that it is massive. But even at that, I think that it is oftentimes it is the kind of leader that the people get for determining the trajectory. When Trump came, he said he was going to end all wars. In fact, he boasted that he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 1 day. But there's been theory and practice. Between idealism and realism, he came to power and realized that it's not as simple as that, as he has painted it. What he has succeeded in doing is that he has, kind of negotiated, made Europe take more responsibility. Like I pointed out already, he made Europe take more. The US was spending too much. The US was spending about 90% of NATO budget was funded by the US alone. That was not sustainable. Because some of the people don't also know that the greatest indebted country in the world, by a mile is the US.
It's the US.
It's not that they have the money. They're actually still borrowing. The European Union that they are United countries too. They're actually borrowing. So this money was borrowed on behalf of the European Union citizens, different countries in the European Union. So it's not if they even have the money that they are borrowing, they are giving to Ukraine. They are borrowing the money to give to Ukraine. With the hope that Russian assets within the European Union that have been freezed will be used to pay eventually
the war.
You know, and which is not tenable, because everybody has that. Nigeria, for example, have assets. When you sell oil, for example, you know, the money is not paid into our central bank here. It is held in the host countries of those. So everybody has money everywhere. You know, if the European Union holds on to Russia assets, Russia and its allies, particularly the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, you know, Iran, North Korea, you know, a quite number of countries, you know, can also hold on to European assets. So I think it cannot last for too long. It cannot, I don't have to say that the war will go beyond 2027.
Well, some of you say that if Zelensky is taken out of the picture, there might just be peace. Because according to reports, there isn't people want to say glory to Ukraine, we're not going to give up anything, because Donald Trump made that suggestion, you have to let go of some land. He said, we won't let go of an ancient Crimea, they plan to get it back. So do you feel that Zelensky out of the picture, do you feel that his own tenure, his own time has expired as a president because of the war? He is still there. What if adventure he's taken out of the equation?
The truth is, in my opinion, Zelensky is not a factor in this war. With all due respect to him being the president of Ukraine. Yeah, it's a tool. With all due respect, he's the president of the country. It's only been used as a front to challenge Russia. If the European Union are fed up today, if NATO is fed up today, the war will end. It's not about, Zelensky doesn't even have the funds to prosecute the war. It's always going cap in hand, begging the European Union, going to the US, you know, shouldn't the people to raise funds to prosecute the war. A war you cannot afford to fight. So I don't think that, with all due respect, Volodymyr Zelensky is not a factor in this war.
All right, you've heard him. He says Zelensky is not a factor in this war. Many Ukrainians would be like, why are you insulting our president? That's what they would say for that. But war is not cool. It's not beautiful. 3 years and counting. The war is still raging on. Ukraine is a theater. You know what that can really do to a particular country. I'm talking about 90 billion euros given to them to procure the war in the next 2 years. It would be cheaper, far cheaper to fight for peace rather than just going for war. Do you think the money will push them to 2 years? And of course, beyond that, we are watching, because Russia is not backing down. Ukraine is looking for help, trying to throw some punches. How effective are these punches on Mother Russia? Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for coming to today's show. I appreciate a wonderful analysis. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We'll see how all this will pan out. Our responsibility is just to report back to you on various events unraveling internationally on international forum. We'll do it again next week, Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. TV, certainly the best.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Sultan rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixed cheer from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, the Side Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. A lot is currently happening in Nigeria, especially in the area of insecurity. So we're going to be looking at the life sentence that was actually given to the IPOB leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and the possible socio-political implications that it's going to be having in the country. I am Caroline Okonji on Viewpoint. So let's go talk to some of our resource persons and residents of Edo State to hear what their reactions going to be about this particular topic. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint.
I'm not surprised that I was given a life sentence. In fact, I would say that it's even lucky. Because you know, at a point during the trial, he disposed of his team of lawyers. He said he wanted to defend himself. You are not a lawyer, you are standing trial, a trial that the punishment is either life imprisonment or death. So I would say that it's even lucky. At the end of the day, the judge opted to give him life imprisonment in spite of all the provocations, insulting the judges, insulting the lawyers and all that. I think the punishment was even fair on him. You understand? That's the way I look at it. Then if we are talking about the political implication, of course, one would have expected that the president, being that they've actually, at times, they try to talk peace with Boko Haram terrorists, they try to make peace with bandits that are busy ravaging the northern part of the country. One would have expected that he should have also been given an olive leaf to ensure that there will be peace in the east. Because whether you like it or not, he has thousands or millions of sympathizers that are in the East, especially in the East. Even around the world, you also have some people that are actually very sympathetic to whatever is agitating for, whether rightly or wrongly. So I would have expected the president to leverage on that issue by granting him that amnesty, just like the way they did to Igboho and Co. Because of course, at a point, those ones were also agitating in the western part of the country. He was able to give them, he was able to settle with them, just as we also had with men in the southern side of the south of the country. We also, Yaradua then, when he was alive, was able to grant them amnesty to ensure that there was peace there. Nobody was disturbing the pipelines and everything was going very fine. So I would have expected that this administration would have tried to leverage on that in order to create that enough peace in the East. Because as we are still talking, the sit-at-home order that they are giving is still very relevant, is still being enforced in some states in the East, like especially in Owerri, Imo State. They still observe it. In some other states, they also observe it. So people, even when you want to travel to the East now, you become very apprehensive because you know that you don't know what will happen because of that sit-at-home order and all that. So I felt that the federal government should have leveraged on that. But for him to have said he wanted to defend himself, we as lawyers, immediately he made that decision, we knew that there was nothing that was going to save him. Because no matter how you feel that you know the law, you cannot know the law like a lawyer. You know, the lawyers would have been able to look at his the case that was presented by the prosecution and be able to raise a very good, robust defense, raise enough maybe probably discrepancies and loopholes in the prosecution's defense that would have warranted him being maybe being discharged and acquitted of this offense. But he opted to say he wanted to defend himself, that he never needed lawyers again, and this is where we are. Since the trial started, even when he has been convicted now, we have actually not seen an upsurge in the security situation in the East. So it seems as if people have also accepted that he has been convicted and nobody's saying anything. For now, I don't know. It's possible they might have plans to say they want to come out to the street, or to have plans to start demonstrating or maybe attacking government and government institutions and all that. Nobody knows. But for the now, it has actually not affected anything. It has not increased the insecurity in those regions more than where it was before. It has not at all.
I want to say that the sentence given to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the judgment itself and the sentence that followed from the judgment, they were very fair to him, very fair. Ordinarily, the law provides for a death sentence for such an offense. But the judge, in his wisdom, decided to give him life imprisonment, which is still a subject of controversy in the legal sphere. Now, the question should be: did the judgment flow from the facts, evidence before court? And the answer that will follow is yes. When a prosecution closes its case, they've learned evidence as to how they allude or claim that a person committed an offense. It is the duty of that person to allow himself, by way of calling witnesses, to debunk what the prosecution has said. But what the defendant, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, did was to choose, rather than defend himself, he chose to attack the court, was questioning the court at every point, challenging the court's authority over him. That's not how a trial proceeds, and the judge had no choice at that point but to bring his defense to an end, since obviously his action, he's saying that he doesn't have a defense. So the court in his wisdom brought his defense to an end and went ahead to move the matter straight for judgment, since there was really nothing to defend anymore. And when he was also asked to make a written address, rather than make written address, he brought a motion upon which he attached an address. It is that address the court now took as his further address in the matter. So the judgment itself, to me, is sound. Now, coming to the circumstances of security challenge in this country, whether that judgment will aggravate security challenge in this country, I will tell you, security situation in this country is already bad. So we should not, with this our fear of, if I take this step, security challenge will increase. If I take that step, security challenge, that is what has aggravated the security situation in this country. Each step we take, we are looking at, one person, every person, somebody must be offended. That's the truth. As a leader, you are not there to go and serve ice cream. Your job is to go there and deliver justice, no matter whose horse is God. If it is the Igbo man today, give justice to and against him where it's not necessary. If it's an Hausa man, do the same. If it's a Yoruba man, do the same. That is the only issue. The problem people are having is that while you are imprisoning and sentencing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, you are begging and placating the Fulanis that are and other tribes that are presently causing mayhem in this country, because we have seen them. Because people they try to say, the filmmaker that made the movie The Head wanted to just bring bad name to the Fulanis. But we see every day on social media, the Fulanis, the headsmen, they celebrate their actions. And when you see the ones celebrating their actions in the bush, they are Fulanis. They will show you their captives in the bush. So if all the media space is filled up, TikTok is filled up with Fulani headsmen that are keeping people in captivity in the name of they are now in charge of security of this country. They are showing off how much they have decimated the security situation in this country. Then you say we should not talk about their tribe. We should talk about their tribe. Every tribe has bad egg, and it should be dealt with as such. We should not look at the tribe's name. Now you talk about how the Igbos will react. The truth is, the Igbo man has suffered a lot in this country. I will not mince words in saying it. The Igbo man has suffered a lot. I was in Jos Plateau State in 2008 when the Jos crisis was at its peak. Igbo man suffered a lot. You know the painful part? When you now go to the police station and the court, when you expect to see a large number of persons that were arrested, you will see them today that over 300 persons are in custody. Come next week, nobody is there. No trial takes place. It's as if we treat this security situation as if it's just two fighting. Two people fought yesterday. We just say, don't do it again. We pat them at the back and go home. People die. Somebody has died. It's not a case of two people fought. It's now a serious offense that must be dealt with all the importance attached to it. In America, one person went and killed somebody in front of the White House there. Killed somebody there. If you see the way the government took it, it's as if they took it as if it is the whole war, as if it was a war. They gave it all the seriousness required. But here, when somebody is killed here, we treat it as if it's foul that was killed. When people, the government will just treat it as if take for example the way they dealt with this Akure, is it Kwara State church kidnapping, where people with people with firearms, brandishing firearms, come into a church and started committing havoc, wreaking havoc, shooting at people. Then they took some away. Then the next day, the government came out proudly, with a shame, to say they are happy to announce that they have rescued these people. After rescuing, what did you now do to those who came to commit the offense?
In my opinion, it's very, very unfortunate that the Nigerian society has degenerated to this extent that we find ourselves judicially and politically. The silence of good people in the face of oppression and cruelty is an injustice to justice. I will not fail to lend my voice against the political conviction, because the offense or the crime committed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not warrant life imprisonment, because though his actions cannot be in any way justifiable, but when there is an incitement of public, there is a provision for it. And when you talk about treason, there must be an evidence that the persons who is being charged for treason has in any way connived or collaborated or conspired with other persons in quest to usurp the powers of the state. But in the case of Nnamdi Kanu, he only made verbal statements. There was no evidence that he bear arms. There was no evidence that he waged war against the Nigeria state, and there was no evidence that he killed anybody. So why should he be sentenced to life imprisonment when we have seen recently that the so-called repentant Boko Haram who have killed, who have raped, who have kidnapped, who have waged war, who have committed genocide, we are being forgiven, so to say, by the Nigeria state and being infused into the Nigeria military formation. That's to say, they were granted presidential pardon. These are the persons who have openly killed, who have steal, and who have destroyed. We have equally seen another terrorist who were arrested, charged to court, and was given just 20 years imprisonment. Meanwhile, in the case of Kanu, someone who have never been seen bearing arms, who have never seen being killing someone, who have never seen destroy anything, was sentenced to life imprisonment. I have this to say. This is a political convention, not a lawful or a judicial convention. If it were to be in accordance with the law, he would have been given 5, 6, 10 years as the case may be imprisonment, not to be sentenced to life imprisonment, because his offense warrant life imprisonment. In its entirety, he doesn't warrant life imprisonment. Like I have said, I condemn his actions for inciting violence, but that offense does not warrant life imprisonment. So the Nigeria actors, the political actors, should look into the conviction and the processes so that it doesn't lead to or compound the socio-political unrest in the eastern part of the country and other part of the nation. So the Nigeria state should be very careful, because we have series of insecurities that the state is trying to deal with. They shouldn't compound the problem. I think what the federal government is trying to do, everything happening about Nnamdi Kanu is purely political. It is not in accordance with the law. Yes, the Nigerian government have the right to transfer him to any correctional service, maybe for the purpose of his safety, because they are also fearful that the Biafran agitation might also have plans or motive to get into the prison and rescue him out of prison. Perhaps that would be the government fear. Again, I am not also comfortable that transferring to the northern part of the country is also safe or politically wise enough, being for the fact that the northern part of the country and the eastern part of the country have been an loggerhead. We remember vividly respective to what happened during the Civil War. So we don't want a situation whereby even the bandits or those in the north that doesn't have the good interest of the east will also get at him in the prison, because if he dies in the prison unjustly, that will amount to series of insecurity if it will not warrant another civil war in this country.
Treason or levying war against the state could likely take death or life imprisonment. If you see what the consequences of the actions of indigenous people of Biafra has taken a toll on the southeast. Some people have died. They are trying to secede. It's a very serious decision for a part of a country to want to secede. We saw what happened in the United Kingdom when the Republic of Ireland wanted to secede. The United Kingdom fought tooth and nail to ensure that they stop it, although eventually part of Ireland seceded. No country takes it lightly, and so taking into cognizance the socio-economic, socio-political dynamics of his sentence, it will dampen the morale of every Southeasterner, because generally people are saying that it seems that the Southeast is caged. But I think if Nnamdi Kanu and his group are going to pipe low, then a political situation can be found so that peace can be restored to the Southeast. There's a political aspect to it. The thing is that, is Nnamdi Kanu ready to back down from his agitation? Like I said, no nation takes it lightly when you want to break up the nation. Because if you look at all our constitutional conference, one aspect that has always been non-negotiable is the territorial integrity and the unity of this country. We don't negotiate it. And so we have fought a war before, and nobody wants a war. Even the Nnamdi Kanu that he's talking about, was he part of those who fought that war? Most of the people who are talking about the levying war against the state were not part of the war fought in the 60s. And I think that the East should reconsider warming up to the Federation and other regions, stretch their hands across the Niger and shake the Southeasterners and restore them back into the nation as friends, brothers, and co-partners in the building of Nigeria.
Though, if we really want to follow the laws of the land, what the federal government has done was done in the right direction. But we can also say that sometimes the hand the father used to beat the child is the also same hand to bring that child back to the body. What Nnamdi Kanu did, truly we can say it's wrong, because you cannot shout war in a country and don't also expect the consequence. People like related Abiola also suffer same fate when they declare themselves as president, because we are in a sovereign nation, we are in a nation where laws abide. So I think what the federal government did was done in the right direction. But can we say, is it not going to also affect politically? Definitely yes, you can't say no about that. The reason is because Nnamdi Kanu is a voice as we speak. After the demise of Odumegwu Ojukwu, Nnamdi Kanu became the voice that the Igbo people believe in. 60% of them believe in the cause of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's also going to disturb the political calculation from that angle. And taking him to the area where, to me, it's not also safe for the very just now, was also something done in the bad faith. But what I would excuse is that if they put him in Kuje prison, it's going to be a sort of mecca where people come to visit him. That goes to tell you the type of person that has been arrested. For you to know that if you keep him here, that place is going to be a beehive of activities. It goes to show that person. So I think we will also come to the table of the president to beg, to have leniency, to beg, to say what he has done before can be seen and be forgiven. Because we are in a country where people slaughter, people kidnap, people kill people, show their guns, and nothing is done to those people. The same government that has given out the Kalu this faith will also say those people, we see those people and also negotiate with them, giving them mouth-watering excuses to make sure that what was done to these other people is done in bad faith. So to me, we must be transparent to ourselves. Nigeria does not live in a better tripod. We live in a place where some people carry AK-47s and they are negotiated with, and somebody else is seen with a knockout or a pistol, and the person is charged for illegal possession of firearms. So it's a country where the laws are for some people and the law is for some people. So to me, the federal government should see how best Nnamdi Kanu issue should be nipped on the bud, not to cause another worse-off crisis in that eastern region.
First and foremost, commend the judge for taking such a stand in such a very, very sensitive case. We all knew that the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had lingered for this long. I think he was first arrested in 2015, and on and on and on, and the judgment came just a week or so ago. Be that as it may, I think I wouldn't want to belabor myself with the issue of secessionist agitation for states their own right of self-determination, which of course is a rule of customary international law, and it is also enshrined in the International Covenant for Civil and Political Rights of 1966. I think Article 1, Sub 3, that they have a right of self-determination. But there are laid down rules and procedure for that. I think the major charge against him was that related to terrorism on the 7-count charge. And we are looking at the Terrorism Prevention and Prohibition Act of 2022. Somehow, there are laid down penalties for the offense of terrorism, which of course, I would say the judge was fair enough to follow such provisions of that law. Even though Nnamdi Kanu was not actually charged under that Terrorism Act of 2022. But however, that would be another case for the appellate court to look into. Then, looking at the socio-political aspect, for now, it seems to be calm. But I am sure that by the time they go on appeal and the case begins to go otherwise, there's going to be a kind of uprising, especially in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And that may not augur well so much for the security aspect of our nation, especially now that we are grappling with the issue of Nigeria being a country of a particular concern by stating from the American president point of view. Of course, I will say here and now that there are so many windows still open for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and for peace to also reign in the southeast. For example, I think there's a rumor making around that leaders, political thoughts, leaders from the southeastern part are trying to lobby the presidency if it can be granted pardon. I think if anybody is trying to question the position of the judge, why will he take such a stern position of life imprisonment? I will say that according to a very good jurisprudential school of thought, it said law can be defined as what the court says it is. So I believe the judge also follow that line of wanting to look at the law of terrorism and see that Nnamdi Kanu is given just what he deserves. I want to say here, as one who is abreast with the law to some extent by the grace of God, from the day he decided to defend himself, that he doesn't need the services of his lawyers, I think that was a very great error on his part, because the lawyers, they have the law at their breast and they have a way of also using persuasive arguments to sway the courts. And I hope that he will learn from this so that during appeal, he will allow his lawyer to take over the case. I think with this little, I can say, I hope that it will not escalate to a kind of uprising as regard to the issue of security, especially in the eastern part of Nigeria.
Having heard all that has been said from our respondents about the judgment that was actually given to the IPOB leader, some are of the opinion that it was a well-deserved judgment, while some are saying that the judgment should have been treated with human face and that he deserved to be pardoned. It's Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. and bye for now.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney? The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
All right, guys, it's another lovely Monday evening, and it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another beautiful episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from that city of bronze. You know, I love to call it that city where the king is truly king. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is one show that, teaches men to prioritize themselves and, of course, to be the best that they can be, just so that they can give the best that they can give. It airs on this station every Monday. All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at a very, very important topic, something that actually caught my attention of recent. Okay, sometimes you're just going about your daily activities, and then you just, for a second, certain things just cross your mind, and you begin to ask yourself, what has actually changed? What has gone wrong? How come things are no longer the way they used to be? And one of such things is the growing lack of parental discipline in our society as we have it today. What exactly went wrong? Whether you like it or not, you must have noticed that things are no longer the way they used to be, especially between parents and their kids. Those days when we were growing up, some of us had this reverence for our parents, right? Even in their absence. There were things we're not bold enough to do, we're not courageous enough to do, even in their absence, because of the kind of discipline that they gave us, right? So, for instance, I remember as a kid, I used to live within my boundaries as a child, right? I was not allowed to go to the next compound. Now, that was how I was raised. Not because my parents didn't like me, like us being free, but but they just wanted to ensure that, we lived within the boundaries that is set for us. Now, I'm sure a lot of you out there can also relate. Now, if you take a look at the parents of today, it doesn't seem to be like that anymore, right? A lot of parents seem to be more flexible in raising their children. Is it a good thing or is it a bad thing? My name is Harry Agboje once again, and it's my pleasure to have you join us on this episode of the show. Now, like you already know, I'm not alone. I've got an amazing person in the house with me, and together we're going to be taking a look at this topic. Now, he is an educationist and also, a social analyst. He's really passionate about lots of things that are happening around us, and he loves to share his wealth of wisdom and experience on such matters. It's good to have you, Abu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harry. And as usual, it is good to be on the show today again. It is always a pleasure talking about issues that concerns us in society, especially issues like this, where if we keep quiet, things will get deteriorated and it will get out of hand.
True.
So, bad things try because good men decide to keep quiet.
Absolutely.
So we must say something.
Definitely, we must say something, and that's basically why we're here. I mean, we really can't help not to say something, all right? Now, we're going to be taking a look at this issue as we begin to look at it one after the other, right?
Okay.
Let's look at it from this angle. Parenting is serious business, right? And I don't think a lot of parents realize that, a lot of parents of this generation, because there seems to be this trend of people just giving birth without recourse to the responsibility of taking care of those children. So let's start from there. Why would anybody want to, start having kids without, considering what it will take and what it will cost, to take care of those children?
Yeah, procreation is one biological gift that God and nature has given to humans. So anybody can, any adult who has gotten to a certain stage can procreate, except he or she has a medical condition.
Okay.
But procreation is not a yardstick to be called a parent. So we have so many fathers and mothers who are not parents. Being a parent means you are ready for the job after birth. Birthing a child is your God-given talent or God-given gift.
The natural ability.
That natural ability. But the idea of training this child, parenting, is a full-time job. I say full-time job because it's one thing that people just overlook, and because of that they think because they are fathers they could be called parents. No. We have so many fathers but few parents. So it's because of these few parents that we have in society that you see there is a growing lack of discipline in terms of parenting and all that. So I think the few parents that we have, if you see their children outside, you can distinguish them from those that have fathers and just mothers. So I think we should be seeing this thing from the idea of who are parents, to be precise.
Okay.
A parent is that person who is a father or a mother and has indulged herself into the act of bringing up this child. Children, the mind of a child is like a tabula rasa. Whatever you imprint on that mind is what goes a long way to determine what the child will become in life or how the child will behave and all that. But we really have people imprinting these things on the mind of the child. That is the question.
I think that's $1 million question, because this is one question I believe a lot of parents do not ask themselves before they begin to procreate. Like you've rightly established, there's a clear difference between procreation
there is.
And parenting.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we need to begin to establish. What exactly is it with parents of nowadays? Just like I said in opening, when we were growing up, it was a different ball game, right?
Yeah.
We were raised with a very high level of discipline. So much so that parents of this generation will probably see that as you being too hard on your child.
Okay.
Now, what's the place of discipline in parenting? Let's begin.
Yeah, there are different factors that I think I will tie to this lack of parental discipline. Number one, the infiltration of Western culture into our traditional belief and norms. Secondly, we also have this idea of laziness on the part of some people who call themselves, I use the word who call themselves parents, laziness on their part. And thirdly, there is this idea of the growing new normal, where people advocate that children should be treated with, like adults, they should be treated with kids and gloves and all that, so that you not hurt them, and so after all they are human beings. But let me start with this infiltration of Western culture into our traditional culture. Now you see, the white men asked us at the time to marry a fellow man, a woman marry a fellow woman. Many of us did not dispute it. Some African countries are already doing that. They also asked us to wear the suit, the sleeve, the waistcoat, the tie, and all that, despite our hot weather. Many of us did not also dispute that fact. And we are doing it. But very recently, they are also asking us to treat a child as an adult. And so many parents have started, many fathers and mothers have started treating their children as adults. That's the problem. They want to train them in the Western way. They want their children to see themselves as adults. They are rushing them through that childhood. They don't want them to enjoy that childhood. They don't want them to see themselves as children. That state of innocence is no longer there. A child that just here, you call that child that you want to reason with the child like an adult. What's his reasoning capacity in the first place? My brother, what is the rationale behind you sitting a child down to say, let's discuss? You are just 4 now. And who told you that a 4 years old is thinking like an adult already? It's not. I know many will say this is a computer age and jet age. Leave that computer age and jet age. Children are children. And most of how were we brought up? We were told that if you misbehave, I will flog you. I have so many parents in my area. My father was not just my father. Yes, he was my biological father, but I have so many fathers. Before my father even come back from his workplace, someone else have disciplined you if you misbehave and all that. Do we still have such in our society? No. You see, everybody wants to say my family.
So you're saying that in those days there was a communal mindset?
A communal mindset. All parents were parents. And all children were children to all parents. Now, these days, you see families saying, you don't touch my child, I know how to discipline my child, you leave this child for me to discipline and all that. So that's why we're getting children that are going haywire. Some of them are even going gaga. You know, some of the hairstyle that a 10-year, 11-year-old will put on, you begin to wonder, is this one coming from a home? You see some young girls out there, 11, 10, some of the things they will wear like, does this one even have fathers and mothers at home? So the issue now is we are drinking too much from this cup of Western wine. I think we should come back home. We should come back to this African tradition. We are Africans. And in Africa, there is discipline intrinsically buried in our totemic mindset. It is in our subconscious. That discipline should be resurrected. That parents should see themselves as not just parents, but as role models, as disciplinarians. Correct these children when need be. Don't reason with a child. It gets to a certain stage, you reason with him, not at this stage. It is some of those things that you imprint on him when he was still a child that will model him into a very good adult. A good child definitely will become a good adult.
Absolutely.
Now, when you lead them, you think they can think of themselves. What you fail to tell them, their friends out there will tell them. And that is what we should avoid. So that idea of Western culture, I think we should come back home. Beside that, sir, this idea of laziness on the part of parents. They think now that you already have a child. So if you can provide for this child, you are performing the work of a parent already. The provision we are talking about here is not just finance. Many of them talk is just finance. If he's attending a very good school, I can provide. If he wants to buy anything, I can give him more. No. Emotionally, psychologically, this child needs you. Morally, you should be there for him. Who are his friends? Do you even know his friends? What are his routine? How does this child carry out his daily activity? You should be your child's best friend. You should have a roundtable talk most times with him. You should be able to tell him, if you try that, I will flog a lot of you and you will not try it. Don't let him see himself like an adult already. You hardly even see children these days bathing outside. And someone said it's civilization. I think they know too much.
Okay.
Their parents make them know too much.
So why they've gone past the phase of innocence.
You see that state of innocence? It has been killed. Every child now, the parents have been able to inculcate in them that they are no longer children, but they are now what? Adults. And there is no way a child can behave like an adult. He will be an adult in a wrong form. So let these children grow. Correct them. Discipline them. Be a disciplinarian. You don't rub men with a child of 5.
Okay. Now, you've actually said a lot. Now, talking about the infiltration of Western culture, just recently I saw a video on Facebook of this American comedian, veteran comedian, Steve Harvey. He was actually interviewing a kid, a 5-6-year-old girl. So he was asking her why she liked her brother, why she loved her brother. And she was saying, well, she loves her brother because, her big brother, of course, because he's always there to protect her and to comfort her when, her parents whooped her. And then, of course, the crowd, reacted in laughter and all of that. Now, I went through the comments as usual, and I saw a lot of persons asking questions, and a lot of people, complaining that it was totally out of place for the parents to, whoop her or to discipline her. And of course, it became a debate as usual. Now, that pretty much reminds me of something. The fact that this is also becoming a major issue in this part of the world, whether or not to discipline a child. Because some people see the use of corporal punishment as a sign of hatred for the child. That how can you, use corporal punishment for a child that you love? So they see it as, you doing too much. They believe you shouldn't use corporal punishment on your child, that there are other ways. Just like you said, some of them believe you can reason with your child. But how do you reason with a child whose mind is not even matured enough to, look at things from that perspective? I think what we have is actually a problem, because people want to mistake smartness, intellectual exposure to maturity.
Yeah.
And I think that's a problem. I would like you to speak in that regard.
You see, words get their meaning from their context.
Okay.
What they call maltreatment in a particular context, in another context might be called discipline.
Discipline.
So when that people say you are hitting that child too hard, you're beating this child and all that. But I think in the right context, when it comes to my child or any other child, or any other child around me, you should use that right word, discipline. We were once children, sir. They did not kill us.
Of course not.
We are what we are today because of how our parents decided to straighten our life. At least our parents are not beasts. They know what they are doing. You don't expect a mother who gave birth to a child to kill that child with her own ends, except she's maniacally derailed and all that.
Yeah.
When children are being disciplined with love, you can discipline a child with love. There is no need you bringing in ideas of you are abusing the child rights and all that. He is a child, for God's sake. The reason why you are saying I am abusing his right because you want to protect that child. The reason why I even discipline that child is to protect the child also. Now, this is what the government are fighting against, is that you should not abuse, assault a child. Discipline will get to an extent, becomes an assault.
So that's where we need to draw the line now. At what point does discipline become an assault?
When you begin to inflict serious pains,
bodily harm
on this child, it is not an assault.
Okay.
When you are not correcting the child with love, it becomes an assault. When you are doing it with hatred, it becomes an assault. When you forget the fact that this person is still a child, it becomes an assault. But when you are doing it in the circumstances of these things I'm saying, like he's a child, I want to correct him with love, he's my child, and all that, that is discipline. And we should not rule out discipline because some persons are misusing it. I know I am not in line with so many parents or guardians who have decided to inflate pains on children because you want them to listen. No, that is beyond discipline. Okay. That is now an assault. That is now an hatred. That is now a corporal punishment. And if I ask my child to kneel down there, for example, or get a cane and give my child 2 or 3 strokes of the cane for doing something wrong, next time he will not try it. But if you now give a punishment that is more than that child to that child, then it becomes an assault.
An assault, okay.
You're asking a child, for example, you get pepper, rub on the child's body, or give the person some scars, marks, and all that. No, that is wicked and that is evil. But you're asking the child to kneel down there, or get a cane, flog this child 5 times or more, as the case may be, and after all this, call the child, next time, don't try it. I am your father, I love you, and that's why I'm doing this. I hope you will not try it next time. Such a child will not try it. But you're not letting the child know the reason why you have flogged him or disciplined him and all that. It is hatred.
Hatred.
So we should draw the line between discipline and hatred. So I am not advocating for that idea of that battering, that corporal punishment. Yeah. I am saying we should not rule out the fact that these children are still children. And children have a mindset that is as clean as a tabula rasa. So we have to imprint something that they will take up into becoming a very good adult.
I guess that's why the Holy Book says that you should train up your child in the way he should go, that when he's old, he will not depart from it. All right, guys, it's still the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television. Just in case you're just joining us, we're talking about the decline in discipline, parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What exactly is the problem? Why is it that, kids are no longer as disciplined as before? Why is it that kids nowadays can just do whatever they want without, their parents or a parental figure, putting them in check? Now, Abu, just a moment ago, you were talking about the difference between correcting in love and correcting, in hatred, right?
Yeah.
Now, it's no longer uncommon to see children just walking past an adult without greeting. And that was actually one of the things that we were taught as, children. And that was exactly one of those values that we grew up with, which is why we cannot see someone who's older than us now
and not greet.
Don't you think that's also a function of this lack of discipline?
The dysfunctionality of the society, that's one of the factor, one of the things we got from the dysfunctionality in the society. Why did I say so? I just told you not quite long that all parents were parents to all children. An elder can call you back and say, so you don't know how to greet. Where are you from? You say, I'm sorry, sir. Good morning, sir. Or in my dialect, you greet according to your family lineage, and you must do that. That's how we grow up. But these days, many parents have restricted themselves from doing that. Before someone else will come somewhere and say, don't talk to my child, it's my child, I know how to train my child and all that. So that communal nature is no longer there. And you can see, that is just a microcosm of the larger one. You could see, apart from this idea of greeting, you could see children, they hardly even get up from the seat for an elder to sit, if that's realistic.
That's another dimension to it.
Now, you see some of them, they are very disrespectful. They have begun to euphemize what we call disrespect. You see some of them will say savage reply. What you might want to call obscenity,
I think that's one of the effects of
stupidity, social media.
Yeah.
You see some of them will say, there's a new one now, we listen, we don't judge.
That's not even good.
They are indirectly promoting children to go haywire.
Go wild.
They are promoting this idea of you can always do whatever you want to do. And they are promoting immorality.
And the question we should even be asking is, what do we call judge in this context? Judging is discipline. The discipline we're talking about.
It is a discipline they want to eradicate.
When a child does something wrong, you're supposed to discipline that child.
So you say,
but to children of this generation,
you listen, you don't judge. I mean, you say, you listen, you don't judge. Besides that, sir, you see, when these children were growing up, they were given this orientation that I am your father, I am your mother, I am the only person, I should be the only person that has the moral right to discipline you. And that's bad. Let these children know that all parents in this vicinity are your parents.
Even adults.
Even adults.
Not necessarily
they have
parents.
the right to discipline you in my absence. When I was growing up, something happened. I went home to tell my father that a teacher has flogged me in school. He said, okay, the next morning we'll go. He followed me to school. And when we got there, he took the cane himself and flogged me again right in front of the teacher. These were adults in unity. Adults having a meeting over me that I don't even know about. Their primary aim then was, this child must not go wayward. Now that I am an adult, I used to think like, okay, could it be the reason why my dad have to flog me again? You know, that sends a message. The message was, you are safe in his hands and don't misbehave because I'm your father. I'll flog you again. But these days, we've seen parents that will follow their children to school and start constituting nuisance. Some of them will not even ask. You'll be telling your child right from the home that your teacher will die today. You are giving that child an impression that he or she can disrespect
an elder and
get away with it. I'm your mother, I will always fight for you. You are creating a small problem that will blossom into a bigger one in society tomorrow. A child you couldn't discipline today will end up in prison. And they'll start crying. Discipline your child. Teach these children societal value. The values, one of the values I will hold tenaciously to in Africa is respect. They should be respectful. Leave this idea of we are in a civilized world, this is a computer age. And in America, you don't touch a child like that, they'll call the police on. Trust Nigeria police. Okay. They'll be very quick to tell you, no, it's not like that. you must respect your parents and all that. So that is one of the factors. Though there are other factors. The other factors that we have this single motherhood and fatherhood is also a contributing factor.
Broken homes.
A broken home. Now, if a child is coming from a broken home, that parental care, love will not be there. Of course, it's not easy for one person to train up a child.
Okay.
You need a father figure, you need a mother figure, and this person is not there. Definitely it will affect the child's psychology, and that will metamorphose into an adult that will be antisocial,
Okay.
or that will be maladjusted in society.
All right.
So that is another angle.
Okay, once again, it's the Guys Hangout Show, and tonight we're taking a look at the issue of the lack of parental discipline. What has gone wrong? What is the difference between the way it used to be and the way it is now? Now, Abu, in closing, I just wanted to give a word of advice to parents out there who are not living up to expectation in terms of disciplining their child. Those who think, letting their child get away with everything they do is a sign of love. What's your advice for them? In less than,
They shouldn't be just a father or a mother.
Okay.
They should be parents. And parenting is not an easy job.
Okay.
If you are capable of giving birth to a child, you should be able to take good care of that child. Don't be scared. Don't be scared to discipline your child.
Don't be scared to discipline your child. I guess that's the parting word for tonight. I want to say a big thank you to you, Abu, for taking out time.
Thank you, my brother.
Time to be with us on the show today. And of course, to every one of you out there who have created time to be with us. I hope you've taken something away from tonight's discourse. Of course, the most important thing to take away from this is parenting is serious business. All right? So the moment you decide to become a parent, just have it in mind that the future of that child lies in your hands. If that child is going to grow up to become a responsible person, it's totally up to you. And of course, it's up to the adults that child is surrounded by. So another thing that Abu said in the course of his analysis is that parenting doesn't just end with you as a parent. You should also give the adults around your child the responsibility of raising your child, just like it was in the olden days. Don't have this mindset that you are the only one who has the responsibility of taking care of that child. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do ensure you do the right thing and stay out of trouble. Do have yourself a lovely night rest.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Higato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àyàbá aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Àdàyè aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.